Chapter 868. Since that day, Thought Moon Immortal would occasionally give Lu Yi missions through Wailing. They were all trivial matters, mostly related to eating and drinking. There was even one mission that asked him to go to a nearby mountain pass to buy a special kind of wine. Every time he completed a mission, he would gain merit points, ranging from a few hundred to 2,000. In just a few days, Lu Yi had gained close to 10,000 merit points. The harvest was not bad, but Lu Yi felt that something was not right. Things should not be developing like this. On this day, Lu Yi was still cooking at Thought Moon Immortal's spiritual peak. He was roasting beast meat on the fire, boiling hot soup in the pot, and there were a few jars of wine on the table, waiting for Thought Moon Immortal's arrival. Generally speaking, she would only show up when Lu Yi was ready. Suddenly, the smell of a burnt lake came. Yi turned her head and exclaimed, "Lu Yi, the lake is roasted!" She quickly went forward and snatched the roasted meat from his hand, trying to salvage the situation. When she turned her head again, she saw Lu Yi frowning and sitting there with a bitter expression. "What's wrong?" Yi did not understand, not knowing what Lu Yi was worried about. "Something's wrong." Lu Yi shook his head. "What's wrong?" "It shouldn't be like this." He entered the military state guards to guard the front line, not to be a servant here. Although there were orders from above and no one disobeyed, what was he doing these days? He suddenly stood up and kicked over the soup pot in front of him. In Yi's exclamation, he flipped over the table, and the wine he bought from the nearby mountain pass also fell to the ground. He looked up at the bamboo house, not far away, and cupped his fist. "Lord, subordinate has something to say." On the third floor of the bamboo house, a beautiful figure appeared. Thought Moon Immortal floated down. Looking at the mess on the ground, she said, "Speak." "Lord, this subordinate requests Lord to give me some proper missions. Please don't let this subordinate do these miscellaneous tasks. The previous missions were not proper." "Proper or not, don't you know?" Lu Yi had a stomach full of depression, but he had nowhere to vent. Although merit points were good things, it did not come from this. If this continued, he would be crippled. "Sir, this is the Tsangyen Mountain Pass. You and I are both military prefecture guards and should take care of our duties. We shouldn't be idle like this." Nian Yuxian, who was originally on the third floor, suddenly appeared in front of him. She was only a foot away from him, and her gaze became sharp. "Am I very old?" "That's what I said, but that's not what I meant. Sir, there's no need to harp on the word tenancy." Lu Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Nian Yu Immortal just stared at him quietly, making Lu Ye's hair stand on end. After a while, she said, "I understand." Lu Yi exhaled deeply and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I want to drink fish soup." "Ah, fish soup made from blood-red scales. I haven't had it in years." Lu Yi suddenly didn't know how to respond. And how did she know about the blood-red scales? This should be a product of the Moon Lake of the Jade Blood Sect, or had she tasted it somewhere else? "Within 5 days, I want to drink fresh, blood-red fish soup," Thought Moon Immortal said. "My lord, what I said just now. You want to disobey?" Thought Moon Immortal's tone was unhurried. Their eyes met, and after a long while, Lu Yi gritted his teeth and said word by word, "This subordinate obeys." As he said this, he waved his hand. Hoopa jumped up and was about to land on his shoulder, but he was sucked in by a force in midair. When he came back to his senses, he was already in Thought Moon Immortal's arms. Her slender, jade-like hand stroked who posed for her like a kitten. "Master, save me." Hoopa glared at the 2 tiger cubs, conveying his wish to Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed down on the hilt of his saber, looking coldly at Thought Moon Immortal. "The 2 of them stay with me. You go alone." Thought Moon Immortal didn't seem to notice his hostility. She turned around and threw her back to him, looking completely unguarded. "Don't worry, I won't eat it." It would have been better if she hadn't said this. As soon as she said this, Hoopa immediately trembled. Yi stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ye's arm, shaking her head. Don't be impulsive. Go quickly and come back quickly. She doesn't mean any harm. The main thing was that he couldn't beat her. Her cultivation was at the divine ocean realm. Even if she really didn't guard against Lu Yi couldn't possibly be her opponent. Moreover, in the military province guards, offending one's superior was a great taboo. Please take good care of the two of them, sir. The two of them are this subordinate's beloved friends. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Fiery red spiritual energy flowed behind his back, transforming into a pair of wings, and he quickly flew away. Beloved friends, huh? Thought Moon Immortal's figure paused. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she raised her hand to tap Hoopo's nose. Seeing her reveal such an expression, Hoopo panicked even more. His eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted. Thought Moon Immortal pinched his neck, saying softly, "If you don't wake up, then I'm going to cook a pot of tiger bone soup." Hoopo immediately opened his eyes, full of energy, indicating that he was just taking a short nap. He never would have thought that after entering the military province guards, he wouldn't even see a single cultivator from the myriad Devil Ridge, and would actually have to return to his sect first. After these few days of contact, Lu Yi found that Thought Moon Immortal was more or less unreliable. He didn't know why he was so unlucky to be assigned to be her subordinate. Moreover, he was the only one assigned to the vicissitude, Flame Mountain Pass. What exactly was going on over at Grand Sky City? However, the allocation of soldiers was decided by the higher-ups, and Lu Yi couldn't do anything about it. The journey to the Jade Blood Sect was not short, and Thought Moon Immortal only gave him 5 days. In other words, he had to rush back to his sect within 2.5 days. The mission had already been issued through the guard token. If he missed the deadline, not to mention not being able to complete the mission, Thought Moon Immortal would very likely make things difficult for him. Lu Yi suspected that she was using this method to force him to leave the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass. Before his arrival, she had always been alone. His arrival might have broken the peace of her life, causing her to feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, she kept ordering him around and giving him some trivial missions. Otherwise, how could a spirit ocean realm cultivator like her have so much appetite for food? She even asked him to go to the nearby mountain pass to buy some special wine. Lu Yi also didn't see any signs of her drinking. Time was of the essence, and he sped along. What made Lu Yi feel slightly relieved was that after his cultivation broke through to the True Lake realm, his speed had greatly increased. There was enough time to rush back and forth in 5 days. If it was before his breakthrough, this mission might have really failed. He traveled through the night, and only occasionally stopped to recover his strength before continuing on his journey. After a full 2 days, he finally arrived at the Fragrant Mountain. He didn't guard the front and went straight to the Moon Lake. From afar, he saw Shui Yuan's figure waiting there. Lu Yi had already informed Shui Yuan on the way, so his second senior sister knew that he was going to rush back. However, there was another figure beside Shui Yuan. When he got closer, he knew that it was Pang Huanin. She had returned from the Wushuang continent. His figure flashed like lightning and landed in front of the two. "Senior brother Lu." Pang Huanin greeted with a smile. "Palace Master Pang," Lu Yi replied and looked at Shui Yuan. "Second senior sister, I'll catch some fish first. We'll talk later." Saying so, he flashed into the Moon Lake and shuttled back and forth. A moment later, he rushed out again. His body was protected by spirit energy, so he didn't get wet at all. "Congratulations, senior brother, for breaking through to the True Lake realm." Pang Huanin congratulated. The spirit energy fluctuations emitted by Lu Yi made her understand that he had broken through from the 8th Order Cloud River realm to the True Lake realm in such a short period of time. She couldn't help but feel envious and amazed at how convenient it was for the cultivators of the 9 regions to cultivate. "Palace Master Pang, you're not far from the True Lake realm." Lu Yi nodded. Pang Huanin was originally at the peak of the Cloud River realm. Due to the environment of the Wushuang continent, she couldn't break through to the True Lake realm. Now that she was in the 9 regions, the True Lake realm was not the end of her cultivation. She would definitely reach the Spirit Ocean realm in the future. It was just that she had been busy with worldly affairs recently, so she didn't have time to cultivate in seclusion. Many people from the Ziwei Dao Palace had come to Fragrant Mountain with the help of the Blue Blood sect's Heaven's Fate Pillar. They were building the sect and the foundation of the sect on the 30 peaks that Pang Huanin had marked out. After everything was done, the Ziwei Dao Palace could establish a sect in the 9 regions. At that time, they would announce to the military province that the Blue Blood sect was the upper sect. The news had already spread, which shocked many sects in the military province, because there were many sects more powerful than the Blue Blood sect in the military province. Many people didn't understand why the Ziwei Dao Palace chose the Blue Blood sect as their upper sect. Only a few people who knew the reason behind Pang Huanin's decision. This was a joyous occasion for the Blue Blood sect, so no one was interfering. Second senior sister, do you know Thought Moon Immortal? Lu Yi looked at Shui Yuan again. Previously, when she was communicating with Shui Yuan, Lu Yi had mentioned the reason for her return. Naturally, she had also mentioned the missing Moon Immortal. She had also complained a lot about the missing Moon Immortal. Shui Yuan didn't reply much and only told him to wait until they met. However, from Shui Yuan's words, she seemed to know Thought Moon Immortal. I know her. Logically speaking, I should call her senior sister. Shui Yuan nodded. Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised. She also came from our Blue Blood sect. But then again, Yi was right when she called Thought Moon Immortal sister. On the contrary, it was wrong for him to call her senior. Of course not. Shui Yuan laughed. She has never joined any sect. Strictly speaking, she is a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator, Lu Yi exclaimed. He more or less knew how harsh the environment was for loose cultivators to grow up in. On the path of cultivation, loose cultivators needed to put in much more effort than sect disciples. For a loose cultivator to cultivate to the divine sea realm, it was impossible to imagine how many hardships she had experienced on the path of cultivation. Just from this point alone, Lu Yi was filled with admiration. Does she have a grudge with our Blue Blood sect? No. Then why is she tormenting me like that? Initially, Lu Yi didn't realize what was going on. He only saw that he had completed the mission and obtained battle merits, and was rather happy. However, after interacting with her for a few days, Lu Yi finally saw some clues. The Thought Moon Immortal was tormenting him. Otherwise, why would she give him those missions when he was at the True Lake stage? Mobile users, please browse. Chapter 869. The previous tasks were basically all about obtaining materials from the local area. The most troublesome task was to go to the nearby mountain pass to buy wine. This time it was too much. If she wanted to drink fish soup, she would have to rush back to the Blue Blood sect. However, the military province guard's order was like a mountain, and she couldn't resist, which made Lu Yi very depressed. Do you think she's torturing you? Shui Yuan asked. Isn't she? Lu Ye's face darkened. Although I don't know why, I always feel that she's using this method to force me to leave the Blue Flame Mountain Pass. So that's what you think? Shui Yuan muttered to herself. Well, as you said, she is indeed torturing you. As for the reason, you can think of it as her revenge. I've never provoked her. Lu Yi frowned. And second senior sister, you just said that she has no enmity with my Blue Blood sect. Who is she taking revenge on? How should I put it? Shui Yuan hesitated for a while before saying, someone once tormented her like this, and that person is from our Blue Blood sect, so she's using the same method to deal with you. Someone? Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, second senior sister. Shui Yuan took the lead and confirmed Lu Ye's guess. So that's the reason. Lu Yi was slightly surprised. In that case, not only does she have no enmity with my blue blood sect, but she also has some relationship with it. Otherwise, how can you stay in the Blue Flame Mountain Pass? Over the years, the military province guard has sent people to her side, but they were all beaten back by her. Her reputation of guarding the mountain pass alone is not for nothing. She wasn't this stubborn before, but because of some things her temperament changed. However, you need to remember that she has no malice towards you and will not harm you. I understand. Lu Yi nodded. She finally understood why Thought Moon Immortal knew about Blood Red. It turned out that she did have some relationship with the Blue Blood sect. She must have eaten a lot of Blue Blood sect's fish in the past. There's not much time left. I'll go back now. Take care, senior sister. Lu Yi turned to Pang Huanin and said, Palace Master Pang, take care. Pang Huanin nodded with a smile and watched as Lu Yi flew away. He came and went in a hurry. 2 days later, Lu Yi finally returned to Vicissitude, Flame Mountain Pass. From afar, he saw Yi's figure waiting for him in front of the bamboo building. Although what second senior sister had said made Lu Yi realize that she had misunderstood Thought Moon Immortal, she was still worried about Yi and Hoopa. Only when he saw Yi now did he feel at ease. Did anything happen? Lu Yi asked. Yi shook her head, then took out a guard token and waved it in her hand as if she was presenting a treasure. Look, I have this too. She was a disciple of the Blue Blood sect who had been recruited by the headmaster himself. She had her own battlefield mark. Logically speaking, she was qualified to become a weapon state guard. However, she had never shown herself in front of outsiders, so she had never thought of joining the military province guards. But now, she had her own guard token. Where did it come from? Lu Yi was surprised. Master Li gave it to me. Yi was immensely proud of herself. She thought for a moment and whispered to Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you might have misunderstood the past master. She's actually quite a nice person. She took good care of us when you weren't around. Also, she likes Hoopa a lot. She's been bringing it with her wherever she goes. A useless guard token was enough to buy you over? Lu Ye's heart ached. What position did she give you? Yi said proudly, Vicissitude Master Li of Vicissitude Mountain Pass. Lu Yi frowned. What position is that? Although he didn't know much about the many military positions in the military province guards, the title of Vicissitude Master didn't sound very reliable. The Mountain Pass Master said that the position of Vicissitude Mountain Pass is under one person and above all. Lu Yi was amused. Aside from you and Hoopa, there are only 2 people here. You're saying that you're below 1 person and above 10,000 people? As she laughed, she realized that something was off. Above me? Yi held back her laughter and nodded seriously. That's right. Lu Yi suddenly felt like he was being targeted. He was inexplicably irritated. Because of what second senior sister said before, he thought that he had misunderstood Thought Moon Immortal. But now, it seemed that he was still too naive. Let's cook the fish soup first. Lu Yi put an end to this sad topic. In the entire Vicissitude Mountain Pass, there were 2 people, 1 spirit, 1 tiger. In the end, he was the one at the bottom. The bonfire rose and steam rose. The aroma of the fish soup wafted out. Thought Moon Immortal was like a noble lady. She carried Hoopa in her arms and walked down from the 3rd floor of the bamboo building. She came to the table and sat down. Hoopa looked at Lu Yi with teary eyes. His expression was saying, Master, please save me. Being carried in the arms of a divine sea realm cultivator and being together for several days, Hoopa was under a lot of pressure. He felt that his future was bleak. Lu Yi was busy. He put a bowl of fish soup in front of Thought Moon Immortal and said unwillingly, Sir, please enjoy. Thought Moon Immortal nodded and picked up the fish soup. At first, she only sipped it lightly, but soon she drank it in big mouthfuls. After she finished, she pushed the bowl in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood tacitly and scooped another bowl for her. After drinking 3 bowls in a row, Thought Moon Immortal slowed down. She even picked up a fishbone to feed Hoopa. "I'm a tiger, not a cat." Hoopa tried to struggle, but to no avail. He could only accept his fate. He chewed on the fishbone, looking like he had a deep grudge. Seeing that Thought Moon Immortal seemed to be in a good mood and even had a faint smile on her face, Luyi said, "Sir, I have something to discuss with you." Thought Moon Immortal made a soft sound from her nose. Luyi said, "Can we not give out missions like before next time?" "You don't want to." Luyi shook his head. "In the end, I am a military prefecture guard. Since I am a military prefecture guard, I will naturally do whatever my superiors ask of me. It's just that, if Sir has any trivial needs in life, just say the word. I will not refuse. But please don't use the guard token to give out missions." Luyi was not too sure how he had obtained the merit from completing various missions, but it was clearly not a long-term plan to obtain merit this way. It was also very unreliable. The mysteries of heaven were everywhere. If everyone played this way, merit would not be so useful. He could faintly sense that continuing to obtain merit this way was not a good thing. Thought Moon Immortal was a little surprised that he would say this, but she understood what he meant. "You want to do great things." "That's not it. I just hope that Sir can consider the missions you give out in the future. It would be best if you could give out some missions related to the military prefecture guard." Contrary to Lu Ye's expectations, Thought Moon Immortal actually went along with it. She held the guard token in her hand and said, "3 missions. You can choose one." Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly took out his own guard token to check. There were indeed 3 more missions hidden in the information. Looking at the first mission, Luyi frowned in confusion. "Sir, who is this Wanzhong Gang?" The content of the mission was very simple. "Kill Wanzhong Gang." While feeding Hoopa, Nian Yuxian explained calmly, "He's my old rival. Thousands of miles away, there's a solitary cloud city in the Myriad Devil Ridge. He's the mountain pass master there, and also the city lord of Solitary Cloud City." When he heard Thought Moon Immortal say that this was her old rival, Luyi did not want to continue listening. Thought Moon Immortal was a Shun High Realm cultivator. To be able to become her old rival, he was naturally at the Divine Ocean Realm. As expected, asking a True Lake Realm cultivator to kill a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator, and a past lord at that, was simply a fool's dream. Even though Luyi knew that if he really completed this mission, the merit he would obtain would be extremely huge, he could only pretend that he did not see it. He looked at the second mission: repair the many fortifications of the Ash Flame Mountain Pass. This was not dangerous. After all, the Ash Flame Mountain Pass was his own territory. But currently, there was only him and the Thought Moon Immortal in the entire pass. Even if Yi and Hoopa were included, there were only 4 of them. Those defensive structures had not been used for many years and had long since been destroyed. Not to mention the difficulty of repairing them. Even if they were repaired, they would not be of any use. It was a complete waste of time. He looked at the third mission: patrol the area around the pass and guard against sneaky people. Luyi fell silent and could only say, "Lord, I choose the third mission." Then the contents of the first 2 missions disappeared from the token. Only the third mission was left. It is good to have the heart to do great things, but it is not good to have the heart but not the strength. Many great things are slowly accumulated from small things. The Thought Moon Immortal seemed to be teaching Luyi. "Madam is right." Luyi nodded, but he had a nagging feeling that something was not quite right. "From tomorrow onwards, I will leave the patrol around the pass to you." As Thought Moon Immortal spoke, she got up and walked towards her bamboo house. After a few steps, she said, "All right, since you are responsible for the patrol, I will give you another mission." Luyi shook the guard token in his hand and immediately felt a change in his battlefield imprint. He looked carefully and saw that the information on his identity changed again. Identity: Blue Blood Sect Disciple, Blue Flame Mountain Pass Guard, Blue Flame Mountain Pass Patrol Guard. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After coming to Vicissitude, Flame Mountain Pass, he had obtained 2 positions, including Yi's position as an advisor that made it 3. But what was the use? It wasn't that having more missions didn't mean you would be famous enough. You couldn't scare away enemies with just these missions. Hoopa finally broke free from Thought Moon Immortal's claws and jumped into Lu Ye's arms. It raised its meaty paws and whimpered. Clearly it was complaining. Other than stroking its fur these few days, Thought Moon Immortal had been pinching its little paws. The man and tiger looked at each other. Lu Yi sighed. You are living under someone else's roof. Hoopa immediately felt dejected. But then again, although he had been running around for a few days, he had gotten quite a bit of battle merit this time. It was 10,000 points. By now, Lu Ye's battle merit had reached 59,870 points. In other words, since coming to Blue Flame Mountain Pass, he had gotten close to 20,000 points. But Lu Yi still felt uneasy about gaining battle merit like this. Fortunately, all of this was finally over, and he had gotten a proper mission. Thought Moon Immortal was right. Those who wanted to achieve great things had to start from small things. Chapter 870. Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, with Ashen Flame Mountain City as the center, radiated thousands of miles to the left and right, all under the jurisdiction of this pass. From the map, the pass was surrounded by White Jade City Pass on the left and Clear Moon Cave Pass on the right. Although the 3 passes were separated by a certain distance, they could cooperate with each other from afar and form a defense line. The defense line on the side of the military prefecture guards was connected by the passes. White Jade City Pass on the left was the same as Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, both belonging to the Great Moon Pass. Clear Moon Cave Pass on the right belonged to the Small Moon Pass. In this way, Ashen Flame Mountain was the rightmost defensive node of the entire defense line of the Great Moon Pass. Under normal circumstances, this defense line that stretched for 2,000 miles required a large number of cultivators to spread out and patrol to prevent myriad Devil Ridge cultivators from sneaking in. However, on Ashen Flame Mountain, other than Thought Moon Immortal, Lu Yi was the only one. Naturally, they couldn't count on anyone else. Right now, Lu Yi was in charge of patrolling the area around the pass. It was his duty to check for loopholes and fill in the gaps. After resting for the night, Lu Yi set off with Hoopa and Yi before the sky brightened the next day. He and Hoopa were in the light, while Yi was in the dark. Although there were few people with his powerful perception and Yi's concealment, if there were any myriad Devil Ridge cultivators hiding nearby, it would be difficult for them to escape detection. While he was patrolling, a melody that he had almost forgotten began to play in his mind. The king asked me to patrol the mountain. I'll take a look around the human world. He hurriedly shook his head and dispelled this inappropriate thought. The defense line that radiated 2,000 miles to the left and right of Ashen Flame Mountain didn't even include the depth. It was impossible for Lu Yi to complete his patrol in a day. His original plan was to only patrol the nearby 100 miles of fan country. Even so, it would take him half a day. The lack of manpower here was the biggest problem. He could only ensure that there were no enemies within a radius of 100 miles. Moreover, before he arrived, Thought Moon Immortal was guarding alone and probably wouldn't do this patrol. After so many years, the defense line was still stable. Therefore, although he was now in charge of patrolling, it was most likely just a formality. However, as Lu Yi continued to investigate, he soon discovered something interesting. The deeper he went into the defense line, the stronger the burning sensation in the air. When Lu Yi first came to Honko, she felt that the environment here seemed to be hotter than other places. Previously, he had been tormented by the Thought Moon Immortal in all sorts of ways, so he didn't have the time to think too much about it. But now he had a different discovery. Thinking back to the location of the mountain pass, Ashen Flame Mountain, and the fact that the mountain had the word flame in it undoubtedly explained a lot of things. He had originally wanted to use the guard token to send a message to the missing moon immortal to inquire about the situation and see if it was really as he thought. But after thinking about it for a while, he decided to drop the idea. Although she had her second senior sister's guarantee that she wouldn't have any malice towards her, she had been tormented by her for a period of time. Lu Yi wanted to avoid any contact with her as much as possible. After confirming the direction, he continued to walk deeper into the defensive line. Along the way, there were no disturbances and not a single Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator could be seen. Perhaps they didn't encounter any, or perhaps no Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator dared to cause trouble. Lu Yi felt that it should be the former. One person suppressing an entire group. Although it sounded awe-inspiring, there would inevitably be many loopholes in the defensive line. Even if the missing moon immortal was a divine sea realm cultivator, it was impossible for her to constantly use her divine perception to monitor the surroundings. Lu Yi reckoned that there would be many Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators sneaking into the Grand Heaven Alliance's territory from the defensive line at the entrance of the continent. Of course, there was a risk in doing so, because once the missing moon immortal sensed it, it would be difficult for even an immortal to save them. But no matter which position they chose to sneak into the enemy's territory, they would have to bear all kinds of risks. There was no lack of skilled and daring people who would take the risk. The burning sensation became more and more obvious. Even the air was filled with a strange, pungent smell. Lu Yi was excited and realized that he was right. There was definitely something like a volcano in front of him. There was still a half-activated spirit pattern on his talent tree. Because the talent tree didn't devour enough rare flames and alchemy fire, it had been a long time. Recently, he had been working hard to find suitable rare flames and alchemy fire in the Tianji treasure vault, but his harvest was meager. But he didn't expect to find it here. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. However, he was already close to the Myriad Devil Ridge's sphere of influence. According to this situation, even if there really was something like a volcano in front of him, it would definitely be in the Myriad Devil Ridge's territory. He had to be more careful. If his whereabouts were exposed in the other party's territory, he wouldn't have a good ending. After walking another 200 kilometers, there was no longer any greenery in the surroundings. The pungent smell in the air became more and more obvious. When he looked up, he saw a bare mountain in front of him. At the entrance of the mountain, there was a scorching heat wave spewing out, burning the void to the point of distorting. Lu Yi didn't rush forward. Instead, he first took out the 10-point map to check his position. After a while, he frowned. This location was awkward for him because it was obviously the Myriad Devil Ridge's territory. There could be Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators patrolling the area at any time. If he went there, it would be difficult to hide his whereabouts. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi decided to go. He was now a true lake realm cultivator. Although he had just advanced to the First Order not long ago, his strength had changed dramatically compared to the past. As long as he didn't encounter an enemy that was too powerful, there wouldn't be any problems. As for the other party's Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, there was no need to worry too much. Generally speaking, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators guarding the entrance wouldn't easily take action to avoid giving the other party an opportunity. Cultivators of the Divine Sea Realm were like the stabilizing force of the sea for every mountain pass. Even at the front line of the confrontation between the two camps, it was rare to encounter a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator fighting, because at their level of cultivation, they could see many things that the cultivators below them couldn't. Unless there was some deep hatred, they wouldn't fight under ordinary circumstances. This was a rare opportunity. The fire attribute energy contained in such a volcano was extremely large. If Lu Yi could benefit from it, it wouldn't be as simple as opening a spirit rune on his talent tree. He might even be able to open more. After making up his mind, Lu Yi immediately stepped forward. But before that, he had already called Yi back and stuffed the amber into his spirit beast bag. The environment here was harsh. Although the spirit beast and tiger could resist it, it would still consume a lot of energy. Moreover, the amber symbol was too obvious. If a cultivator familiar with Lu Yi saw it, they would immediately associate it with Lu Yi himself. Putting away the amber, Lu Yi could still find a way to mediate if he encountered a myriad Demon Ridge cultivator. Flying forward, Lu Yi arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Looking down, he saw waves of heat and magma surging and boiling below. From time to time, bubbles would burst, creating an astonishing scene. At this point, even Lu Yi had to push his spirit chi to resist the scorching heat. This reminded him of the spirit stream battlefield and the scene of the Land of Fire. At that time, his cultivation wasn't high, so the environment was very similar to the one he was in now. However, although the Land of Fire was in the spirit stream battlefield, the quality of the phoenix fire hidden there was much higher than here. After coming into contact with strange flames and pale fires many times, Lu Yi could tell the quality of these things at a glance. The quality of the fire attribute energy here was naturally not good, but it was superior in quantity. If he could stay here for a long time, the talent tree should be able to eat its fill. He didn't know how many leaves it could ignite and how many spirit inscriptions it could unlock. Lu Yi naturally longed for such a precious place. Without much hesitation, Lu Yi jumped directly into the mouth of the volcano. A few dozen feet away, a figure hidden in the void quietly observed him. From beginning to end, Lu Yi had not noticed at all. Only Thought Moon Immortal could have such attainments in the Tao of concealment and follow behind Lu Yi. Seeing him jump in like this, Thought Moon Immortal was a little surprised, not knowing what Lu Yi wanted. But then she remembered that Lu Yi cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. So perhaps he wanted to use the environment here to cultivate. You're quite bold. Thought Moon Immortal snorted softly, but did not follow. She had been following behind Lu Yi mainly because this was Lu Ye's first patrol mission. She only had one subordinate, and he was also a disciple of the Blue Blood sect, so she should pay more attention to him. In the end, he discovered that this brat had actually come to the territory of the Myriad Demons Ridge, and even jumped into the volcano. Thought Moon Immortal did not intend to jump in with him. Although the environment here was bad, since Lu Yi chose to do so, he must have a certain degree of confidence. They were all people who had cultivated to the True Lake stage, so it was impossible for others to worry about everything. She could pay more attention to Lu Yi, but she would not take care of him like a mother. If that was the case, then he would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Looking in the direction of the distant, lonely mountain city, Thought Moon Immortal said to herself, "Since we're already here, let's go take a look." It had been a long time since she visited that old ghost Wanzhonggang. She did not know if he was dead or not. In the front line of the confrontation between the two camps, divine C-stage cultivators would not be easily dispatched. There was only one exception. That was Thought Moon Immortal of the Blue Flame Mountain. Other divine C-stage cultivators would guard the entrance of their own Blue Flame Mountain city. For many years, they would guard the entrance of their own Blue Flame Mountain city. The Thought Moon Immortal, on the other hand, did not care about the Blue Flame Mountain at all. When she was in the mood, she would make a trip to Lonely Mountain City, causing the Myriad Devil Ridge in Lonely Mountain City to suffer unspeakably. Wanzhonggang was quite angry about this, but he could not do anything to her. A divine C-stage ghost cultivator who was proficient in concealment and array formation could not be stopped if she wanted to sneak into a place. Even if her whereabouts were exposed, she had the ability to kill her way out. If other divine C-stage cultivators at other mountain passes dared to do this, the Myriad Devil Ridge would definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. However, the Blue Flame Mountain City was special, so the Myriad Devil Ridge was destined to be powerless. Thought Moon Immortal guarded the Blue Flame Mountain City alone. Even if the mountain pass was occupied, so what? Haotian Alliance would not lose a single soldier. On the contrary, Thought Moon Immortal, who was unrestrained, would become even more terrifying. She clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books aloud. Chapter 871. Inside the volcano, the temperature was extremely high. The lava below was boiling and bubbles were bursting, creating a shocking scene. In such a harsh environment, even a true lake-stage cultivator would lose a layer of skin if they were to accidentally fall into it. Lu Yi looked left and right for a moment, then plunged downwards, activating his spiritual energy to protect himself. He cultivated a fire attribute technique, and his spiritual energy was also of the fire attribute. Compared to other cultivators, he naturally had a stronger resistance to such an environment. Hence, even though the environment was harsh, it was not a big deal. The volcano was more than 100 feet deep. Lu Yi came to the bottom before stopping. He found a suitable spot and took out his Panshan saber to carve out a foothold. With this foothold, Lu Yi activated the power of the talent tree to cover himself. In an instant, the burning sensation disappeared. Not only that, Lu Yi could clearly feel that the surrounding heat was being devoured by the talent tree and turned into fuel for the talent tree. If one activated the insight spirit tattoos in their eyes, they would be able to clearly see that Lu Ye's body was covered with thin, root-like things. These were the roots of the talent tree. It was also the protection of these roots that prevented Lu Yi from being roasted by the scorching heat. Previously, in the Huitian Valley's spiritual land, Liao Yuan of the Sacred Fire Sect took out the battle stage and wanted to kill Lu Yi. However, no matter how powerful his spells were, Lu Yi could easily block them. The root of this was the talent tree. With the power of the talent tree, ordinary fire attribute powers could not hurt him at all. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Liao Yuan was not strong enough. Although Liao Yuan's cultivation was stronger than Lu Ye's, they were still in the same realm. Hence, the talent tree could block his fire attribute spells. 1 second to remember Q. If the difference in strength was too great, the talent tree would not be able to block it no matter how strong it was. At this moment, as the talent tree was activated, a steady stream of energy was being devoured by the talent tree. Lu Yi immersed himself in observing and immediately saw a subtle change in the leaves that were about to ignite. The anticipation in his heart grew stronger. 2 to 3 months ago, this spiritual pattern had already shown its embryonic form. However, Lu Yi had not been able to completely ignite it, so he did not know what this spiritual pattern was. Now that he had such a suitable environment, as long as he had enough time, it would be more than enough to ignite this spiritual pattern. Perhaps there would be even more gains. Time flowed as Lu Shi sat cross-legged, while activating the power of the talent tree to devour the scorching heat from all directions. He swallowed a spirit pill to refine its medicinal effects. The matter of cultivation could not be delayed. After entering the true lake tier, the demand for spiritual power would become even greater. It would not be as easy to advance as it was in the Cloud River tier. Gradually, Lu Yi frowned, because he noticed that the leaves on the tree were set on fire. His speed slowed down a little, and this situation undoubtedly confirmed his previous conjecture. The environment here was harsh, and the scorching power was very strong. It filled the surroundings, but in terms of quality it wasn't high. Previously, the talent tree had swallowed some strange flames and alchemy flames. Although the quantity was not much, the quality was guaranteed, so it could quickly ignite the leaves of the talent tree. In comparison, the quality of the scorching power here could only be said to be mediocre. At this rate, it would probably take 1 or 2 days to completely ignite that spirit pattern. Lu Yi thought for a moment and lowered his head to look the rolling magma below. If he could let the roots of the talent tree go deep into the magma, perhaps the current situation could be improved. He didn't dare to say how much the quality of the scorching power he absorbed would increase, but at least the quantity would be guaranteed. After having the talent tree for so many years, Lu Yi more or less had some experience on how to activate its power since the first time he accidentally activated its power. With an idea, he immediately started to do it. The power of his mind surged as he tried to control the roots of the talent tree that appeared on the surface of his body. Unexpectedly, it was not too difficult. The talent tree seemed to know his thoughts, and the roots that covered his body rapidly grew longer and fell into the rolling magma below. With the support of the spirit pattern power, there was a strong, fiery red energy that flowed into his body. The changes in the burning leaves under the magma became more and more obvious. Lu Yi hurriedly took out the bottle of soul-cleansing water, dipped a little into it, and stuffed it into his mouth. The essence was the power of his mind. In the past, when he swallowed strange flames and alchemy flames, the process was very fast and the consumption was not great. Lu Yi could ignore it, but now that he was in the territory of the myriad demon ridge, he had to maintain the power of his mind to prevent it from being too exhausted and becoming haggard and exhausted. Only with a sufficiently energetic mind could he deal with sudden dangers. After the roots of the talent tree fell into the magma, the efficiency of swallowing became much faster. In just half a day, the spirit pattern that Lu Yi had been looking forward to for a long time was completely activated. He hurriedly immersed his mind and looked over. At a glance, he saw dozens of leaves connected together and burning fiercely. If he looked carefully, each leaf carried extremely complicated vein patterns, yin and yang, two elements, and mixed together. He finally got it. Lu Yi stared at the dozens of leaves, and in the next moment, a familiar feeling came over him. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart, and a large amount of information flowed into his mind uncontrollably. The whole process was as if someone had opened his skull and stirred it with a red soldering iron. Fortunately, Lu Ye's mind power was strong enough now. He had also swallowed the soul-cleansing water as a backup, so this pain only lasted for 2 breaths of time before disappearing. Nation God, Lu Yi Shurlong Gathering Edition appearance. 6th edition, to 2 feeling discomfort. He calmly examined the new spirit rune that was passed down from the heavens this time. After a while, his expression became strange. This spirit pattern that he had been looking forward to for 2 or 3 months seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. What he was looking forward to the most was the void spirit pattern. With his current attainments in Array Dao, the success rate of constructing the void spirit pattern was very high, and it was enough to use the void spirit pattern as the core to set up a teleportation array. However, what he learned from books and what he got from the talent tree were ultimately different. The former had the possibility of failure, while the latter could be completed with the intention of the heart. There had never been a precedent of failure. If he could get the void spirit pattern from the talent tree, he could try many ideas of using the void spirit pattern. At that time, his means of dealing with enemies would definitely become unpredictable. However, what he got this time was not the void spirit pattern. Moreover, this new spirit pattern gave him a feeling that it was a little useless. To say that it was useful, it didn't seem to be useful. To say that it was useless, it might be useful at certain times. Lu Yi quickly patted his face and comforted himself. There are no useless spirit patterns in this world, only useless spirit tattooists. This was something that Meng Pu Jiao one had always kept in mind. For example, when he first got the spirit gathering spirit pattern, he once thought that this spirit pattern was useless. However, it later proved that the spirit gathering spirit pattern was the most useful spirit pattern for him and also the one that benefited him the most. Without this spirit pattern, he would not have been able to construct the small funnel, and his cultivation speed would not have been so fast. However, it was a good thing to gain something. How could he be greedy? Besides, this was just the beginning. Lu Yi immersed himself in observing the talent tree and found that in this moment, dozens of leaves were glowing red, which undoubtedly meant that the next spirit pattern was something worth looking forward to. He was relieved and took another drop of soul-cleansing water to replenish the mental power he had consumed. As the scorching power in the magma was continuously devoured, the light on the dozens of leaves became more and more intense, and gradually showed signs of burning completely. However, at this moment, Lu Ye's heart suddenly jolted, and he frowned. There was the sound of something breaking through the air from afar, and there was also the sound of people talking. Judging from these movements, it was obvious that there was not only one person, but a group. The patrolling cultivators of Myriad Devil Ridge? This was Myriad Devil Ridge's territory, so it was natural that he would encounter Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Lu Yi was not surprised and had even expected it. Therefore, he immediately retracted the power of the talent tree and activated the aura-concealing spirit pattern to conceal his own aura. He hoped that these people were just passing by, however. What he was afraid of would happen. This group of cultivators seemed to have come for this volcano. Soon, the sound of their conversation could be heard clearly. Although this place is under the jurisdiction of Lone Mountain City, and there are not many people from Grand Heaven Alliance on the opposite side of Mount Ash, you have to be careful in everything you do. Now that you have entered the State Guard, you have to listen to orders. This is no longer your respective sex, and there are no senior brothers or sisters to take care of you. If anyone dares to disobey orders, then don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Sparse shouts of acknowledgement rang out. The person who spoke earlier changed the topic, and his fierce tone became calm. Of course, our mission this time is not troublesome. As long as you listen to orders obediently, there won't be any problems. Since it's a mission, after completing it, you will be able to obtain merit. I believe I don't need to repeat the importance of merit. There aren't many opportunities to obtain merit on the Cloud River battlefield. Senior Brothering, I'll have to trouble you this time. A soft voice could be heard. It was a female cultivator, soft and gentle. Call me Lord. When you entered the State Guard, someone should have told you that there are no senior brothers or junior brothers on the front lines. Only superiors and subordinates. Lord Ing. Be serious, all of you. Immediately after, a woman's laughter could be heard. Looking at this posture, this lording was very easy to get along with. Therefore, even if this trip was a dream, the other cultivators were too afraid of him, and even had the guts to joke with him. All right, when we reach the place, wait for me at the 11th Society. I'll go in and check out the situation. In the depths of the volcano, Lu Ye's expression was strange. It was too coincidental to meet this guy. This person should have already advanced to the True Lake stage and entered the 10,000 State Guard, the State Guard at the Demon Ridge. For him to appear here, could it be that he was assigned to the Lone Mountain City Pass? Wasn't this going to be a show against him? Lu Yi could still remember the time when they were surrounded by zombies in the heavenly temple of the Wushuang continent. The Kyushu team was in imminent danger, and almost everyone thought that they were dead for sure. At that time, this fellow vented his anger. Human Tao Great Sage. Chapter 872. At that time, the situation was urgent and he was shrouded in death chi. This guy vented all his grievances and scolded to his heart's content, as if he wouldn't have the chance to vent his anger if he didn't. In the end, at the crucial moment, a large number of 9 prefectures' nightmare army arrived and resolved the danger of the team of 8. After that, the few people who had been poisoned by the Origin Corpse poison went to Huasi for treatment, while Lu Yi took giant armor and Lan Zi with him to the Golden Zombie Master of the Hunter Element. But Lu Yi remembered this clearly. He thought that after returning to the 9 prefectures and leaving the Cloud River battlefield, everyone would have reached the True Lake realm and there wouldn't be many chances to meet again. Who would have thought that fate would make fools of people and they would meet again so soon? Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange. They were all cultivators from the War Province and had to enter the War Province guards to come to the front lines. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed on the hilt of the mountain pan saber at his waist. Above, the volcano Ingwuji flew over. Although they had both reached the True Lake realm recently, he had entered the War Province guards much earlier than Lu Yi. When he had just reached the Cloud River realm, he had already joined the War Province guards of the 10,000 Demons Ridge. Regarding the situation at the front lines, he naturally knew more than Lu Yi. Previously, he was restricted by his cultivation and couldn't take on important tasks. Now that he had reached the True Lake realm, he could be considered outstanding. This time he received a mission to lead the team to collect some earth fire. The mission wasn't difficult, it just required time. Therefore, he was the only true lake realm cultivator in the team. The others were all Cloud River realm cultivators who had just entered the War Province Guards. Recently, the Cloud River battlefield had been closed, and the Cloud River realm cultivators had nowhere to go. They had all rushed to the front lines. This caused the number of cultivators at the various mountain passes to increase greatly, and conflicts broke out frequently. After the experience of working with Lu Yi and the others on the Wushuang continent, Ingwuji had a different view of the conflict between the two camps that had lasted for thousands of years. If it was before, he would think that every cultivator of the Grand Heaven Alliance deserved to die. This had nothing to do with personal grievances, but because of the different camps' standpoints. He also did the same, but now he wouldn't think that way anymore. Ingwuji was at a loss. From what he had observed, the lofty and mysterious heavens' secret often encouraged cooperation between the cultivators of the two factions. On the trip to the Wushuang continent, the 9 people of the 9 states advance team had all received the guidance of Tianji. Only then could they gather in one place and rush to the Wushuang continent to save the broken domain. This was clearly the encouragement and arrangement of Tianji. There were also many mystic realms in the Cloud River battlefield. When the cultivators of the two camps entered them, they would have to join forces. But if that was the case, then what was the point of the two camps fighting each other for thousands of years? He couldn't figure it out, so he went to consult his master. He thought that his master would be able to give him some pointers. But his master didn't say much. He just asked him to find day by himself. Ingwuji, on the other hand, was even more confused. Because of this, he almost delayed his advancement to the true lake stage. The reason why he entered the lonely mountain pass was not because of the arrangement of the military province guards of the 10,000 Devil Ridge, but because of his own choice. Because, according to what he knew, the front lines of the military province between the two camps were the calmest. He needed some time to sort out his messy thoughts. He wanted to use the peace here to figure out the problem that was troubling him. On the other side of the Tsangyan mountain pass, there was a legendary woman guarding it alone. Other than her, there were no other cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Therefore, there was no need to fight here. He wouldn't be killed, and there was no need to kill. Although the legendary woman would occasionally visit the Lonely Mountain Pass and cause chaos in the Lonely Mountain Pass, and with her abilities, she would definitely cause the 10,000 Devil Ridge to suffer heavy casualties. But up until now, she had never done anything like bullying the weak. Every time she went to the Lonely Mountain Pass, she only killed Wan Zhonggang. Although she failed repeatedly, she persevered. Ingwuji didn't know what enmity there was between the two divine C-stage cultivators that made the extraordinary woman so persistent. But that was the matter of the divine C-stage cultivators. It wasn't something he needed to consider. He just needed some time to think and search for day. Activating his spiritual energy to protect his body, he blocked the heat wave. Ingwuji floated down and saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the rock wall at the bottom of the volcano. There was someone. Ingwuji immediately became alert. Although the probability of encountering a cultivator from the Grand Heaven Alliance at this position was not high, there were always exceptions. He had always been a careful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until today. The moment he saw that person, Ingwuji's gaze went to the person's waist. There was no saber at the waist. Ingwuji's heart settled. The trip to the Wushuang continent had left him with some psychological trauma. Now, he didn't like weapon cultivators who used sabers the most, especially those who used long sabers. When he looked up again, his mind, which had just calmed down, became chaotic again. Because the person was wearing a mask, he couldn't see his face clearly. He could only infer from the figure that it should be a man. He almost cursed out loud. Because as far as he knew, Lu Ye used to wear a mask everywhere for a period of time to hide his identity. In such a remote volcano, he met someone who was wearing a mask and didn't dare to show his face. This was very problematic. When he looked carefully, Ingwuji's heart turned cold, because this person's figure was almost the same as Liu Ye's. Even though he was sitting there cross-legged, Ingwuji had followed Liu Ye for a long time in the Peerless Continent, so he naturally had some understanding of him. As for whether there was a little beast called Hupu on this person's shoulder, it wasn't important. Now that there were spirit beast pouches for sale in the Tianji treasure house, all the cultivators of the beast taming school would buy one to keep their pet beasts. The environment in the volcano was hot, but Ingwuji's body and mind were cold. He roared in his heart. Wasn't this guy Liu Ye? Why was he here? The sweat on his forehead quickly evaporated. Ingwuji clenched his saber tightly, then loosened it, then tightened it again. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, but he didn't have the courage to fight, because if the person in front of him was really Liu Ye, he was no match for him. Everyone who followed him on this trip was going to die. He didn't even have the chance to send out a message. Fellow Taoist, what's the matter? The first clan, just when Ingwuji felt that he was doomed, Liu Ye spoke up. That's right. His voice was naturally not his own. At his cultivation level, even if he didn't cultivate, it was easy for him to change his voice with his spirit force. The reason he didn't draw his saber and even put away his saber before Ingwuji arrived was mainly because Liu Ye didn't want to give up such a precious place. Disregarding everything else, if his identity was exposed here, regardless of whether he could kill all the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge, he wouldn't be able to come back here in the future. Moreover, after his trip to the Peerless Continent, he had also become aware of some things. Although his state of mind was not as orderly as Ingwuji's, he would no longer draw his sword whenever he met people from the Myriad Devil Ridge, like before. His strength had increased, and his vision had changed. He could see many things that he couldn't before. No matter, Ingwuji said with difficulty. He was a bit uncertain whether this guy was Liu Ye or not. If it really was him, he shouldn't have asked him this question. He had scolded Liu Ye severely in the Heavenly Palace on the Wushuang continent. According to Liu Ye's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, and even 100-fold, when he saw him at this moment, he would definitely slash at him with his saber. How could he possibly ask him politely if he was all right? With a slash of his saber, he would be in trouble. But if it wasn't him, Ingwuji believed in his own eyes. He definitely wasn't mistaken. This figure was undoubtedly Liu Ye. That period of time spent together and being at his beck and call was not a waste of time. Was this friend from Lonely Mountain City? Don't worry, I'm also from the Myriad Devil Ridge, Liu Ye said. Ingwuji chuckled. He roared in his heart, I don't believe you. Don't try to trick me. Right now, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to secretly send out a message or tell the Cloud River tier cultivators waiting outside to scatter and flee. Liu Ye was here. If they didn't flee, they would definitely be slaughtered. Just as he was thinking this, Liu Ye suddenly raised his hand and turned the back of his hand to activate the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand. Look, the red light imprinted in his eyes made Ingwuji so excited that he almost cried. He had never felt so close to this red light before. Almost collapsing, Ingwuji sheathed his saber. Fellow Taoist, you scared me to death. The saber could be sheathed, the beast could be sheathed, and the face could be covered. But the battlefield imprint couldn't be faked. This was a gift from the heavens. The red light was from the Myriad Devil Ridge, the blue light was from the Grand Heaven Alliance, and the yellow light was from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. This was common knowledge that any cultivator who had just embarked on the path of cultivation would know. So this person was indeed from the Myriad Devil Ridge. Oh, Liu Ye looked surprised. I'm just cultivating here. What's there to be afraid of? I mistook you for someone else, Ingwuji explained. He looked Liu Ye up and down. You really look too similar. Someone else. Under the mask, Liu Ye's eyes flashed. It seems that person has left you with many bad memories. Ingwuji sighed. It's hard to explain. Fellow Taoist, you don't know. That person is full of evil and kills people like flies. Moreover, he is vengeful for the smallest grievance. He is a complete villain. However, that person is very powerful. I'm no match for him. I'm ashamed." As he spoke, Ingwuji suddenly shuddered and met Lu Yi's eyes under the mask. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ingwuji suddenly had a feeling that this person wanted to kill him. "How did you offend him?" Lu Yi lowered his eyes. Ingwuji said, "It's not about offending him. That person is from the Grand Heaven Alliance. He is a natural enemy of us Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Click and download the best book-chasing app. Many readers use this to read books aloud." Chapter 873. Unwilling to talk about this sad topic, Ingwuji changed the topic and introduced himself. Ingwuji of the Dark Azure Hall, the current Lone Mountain City Pass Guerrilla Guard. "How should I address you?" "I've long heard of Brother Ying's name. I'm Niu Meng." He could no longer use the identity of Yilu, although he had never used this alias in front of Ingwuji. There was no such thing as an absolute secret. The 10,000 Demon Ridge had paid a lot of attention to him, and many people should know that he had used this alias before. Moreover, if he really used this name in front of Ingwuji, it would be obvious that he was trying to hide something. As long as Ingwuji was not an idiot, he would be able to make the connection. He could only use another name. Niu Meng, the sect leader of the Black Tortoise sect in the realm of beasts, had left a deep impression on him. "I'm a loose cultivator. I don't belong to any sect. I'm currently on duty at the Eastern Mountain Pass." Ingwuji was a bit surprised. "The Eastern Mountain Pass is quite far from here. Why are you here?" The map showed that the Eastern Mountain Pass was separated from here by nearly 10 passes, a distance of more than 10,000 miles. Under normal circumstances, the state guards would not cross so many passes. "The environment here is good. I'm just here to cultivate," Lu Yi explained casually. "I see." Ingwuji did not doubt him. In his opinion, this cultivator called Kong Niu in front of him did indeed have the fire attribute. It was not too strange for him to come here to cultivate. Cultivation with such harsh requirements for the environment was usually to cultivate some kind of secret art. It had nothing to do with increasing one's cultivation. "Why are you here, Brother Ing?" Ingwuji explained, "It's like this. The pass needs some earth fire. After the mission was issued, I led a team to collect it. Will I disturb Brother Niu?" "You do what you need to do. As long as you don't come here, it's fine. In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Ingwuji cupped his fists, thinking that this Niu Meng was quite easy to talk to. Lu Yi nodded and said no more. He continued to activate the power of the talent tree, letting the roots of the talent tree reach into the magma and devour the power of the fire. Seeing this, Ingwuji flew out. After a while, he returned with a group of people. These people were all cultivators at the Cloud River tier, and their cultivation levels varied. When they arrived at this place, they all activated their spiritual power to protect themselves. There were quite a number of female cultivators in the group. In a group of more than 10 people, there were 7 or 8 female cultivators. They were quite pleasing to the eye. These Cloud River tier cultivators had probably received Ingwuji's instructions in advance. After entering the mouth of the volcano, these Cloud River tier cultivators all tried to avoid Lu Ye's side as much as possible. They busied themselves on the other side, and naturally wouldn't rashly disturb him. Lu Yi was multitasking, urging the power of his talent tree while observing these people's movements. He found that they all took out a spirit artifact that looked like a gourd and threw it into the magma, controlling it with their spirit energy. After a long time, he took out the spiritual tool, took out a ball of bright flame, and sealed it in a special container. This was the first time Lu Yi witnessed the process of gathering the earth core fire with his own eyes. He finally understood how the earth core fire in the Tianji treasure trove had come about. He had originally guessed that someone had specially collected the earth core fire and sold it into the Tianji treasure trove. Now, it seemed that this might be the case. The process of gathering the earth core fire was dry and tedious. The environment here was harsh, and the group of cultivators were all sweating profusely, especially the female cultivators, whose wet clothes stuck to their bodies, looking even more pleasing to the eye. Although these Cloud River tier cultivators of the myriad Demon Ridge didn't disturb Louis, they still whispered among themselves. The topics of conversation between female cultivators were endless, especially when so many female cultivators were gathered together. From time to time, laughter could be heard. As for Ingwuji, he didn't need to be so tired. His mission this time was to protect these people, so he stood at the side and quietly watched in case something unexpected happened. Suddenly, someone complained, "I don't know who it is. God damn it, the amount of earth core fire stored in the Tianji treasure trove was extremely plentiful." Now that the earth core fire was in the Tianji treasure trove, it was quickly sold out. Now that we need the earth core fire, we have to gather it ourselves. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. God damn it, this seemed to be him? However, listening to the meaning of this person's words, Lu Yi understood one thing. He had always thought that the Tianji treasure trove didn't have enough earth core fire because he had bought too much. Now, it seemed that this was only part of the reason. The biggest reason was that he had bought too much, causing other cultivators who needed the earth core fire to feel a sense of crisis and buy it together with him. In the end, it led to a vicious cycle, causing the earth core fire in the Tianji treasure trove to be snatched away as soon as it appeared. The group of people complained one after another. Ingwuji glanced at Lu Yi, as if afraid of disturbing him, and turned back to reprimand everyone. Pay attention. The environment here is special, and there may be some fire-type demonic beasts hiding. A bright-eyed female cultivator covered her mouth and chuckled. With lording here, if any demonic beasts really don't have eyes and jump out, Lord can also protect us. Sisters, don't you think so? The female cultivators all agreed, as if they had placed their lives in Ingwuji's hands and had absolute trust in him. That female cultivator even said sweetly, "Lord, if we really encounter any danger, you can't abandon us. You all are used to being pampered in your own sections. How many times have I told you this is the front line of the state guards, not your sections? Be more serious." Although it was a reprimand, his words were not harsh, and there was even a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he enjoyed the flattery of the female cultivators. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the treatment that a proud son of heaven like him should have. In this group, he was the leader, and everyone listened to his orders. His strength was the barrier that protected them. As the pairs of beautiful eyes moved, they were full of worship and faint emotions towards him. Thinking back to the time in the Wushuang continent, what kind of days had he lived? The past was unbearable to look back on. As expected, as long as there was no Luya, that bastard, I could stand up. The environment was harsh, and even Cloud River tier cultivators couldn't hold on for too long. In Ingwuji's group, there were cultivators who couldn't hold on and flew out to rest. When they recovered, they would continue to collect the earth core fire. Every time this happened, Ingwuji would take the initiative to take over the tasks of those who were resting. This attitude made the group of Cloud River tier cultivators feel that he was more approachable, unlike many true lake tier cultivators who thought that they were superior by a major tier and ordered them around. But they didn't think about it. Which true lake tier cultivator didn't come from the Cloud River tier? The people of the 10,000 Demons Ridge continued to gain, and Lu Ye's side also gained quite a lot. The light of the dozens of leaves on the talent tree went from dark to bright and burned fiercely again. Lu Yi didn't delay and immediately began to investigate this spirit pattern. He immersed his mind and looked at the many burning leaves. The tearing pain in his spirit made his body sway slightly and attracted the attention of Ingwuji, who was not far away. "Brother Niu." Lu Yi raised his hand. "It's nothing, there's a little problem." Pang Wuji said with concern, "Brother Niu, be careful." Lu Yi nodded and checked the huge amount of information in his mind. Soon he understood what the new spirit pattern he had obtained was. Instantly his face lit up with joy. Compared to the spirit pattern he had obtained previously, which felt a little useless, this spirit pattern called lunar reversal was undoubtedly much more useful. Unlike the useless spirit rune from before, which he had never seen in books, he had seen the lunar reversal spirit rune before. It was just that it was too complicated to construct, much more complicated than the void spirit pattern. Not only was it complicated, but it was also very difficult to construct. Lu Yi had tried to construct it before, but he didn't succeed. Originally, he wanted to practice more when he had time in the future. He wanted to practice and improve his proficiency in constructing this spirit pattern. He had been constantly on the move and busy cultivating, so he didn't have time at all. But he didn't expect that this spirit pattern would be activated on the talent tree. He didn't see the void spirit pattern that he had been longing for, but he obtained lunar reversal instead. This was really a case of planting flowers with the intention not blooming, but planting willows with the intention not growing, and willows with the intention not growing. Lunar reversal was the core spirit pattern of a type of spirit pattern called the Great Counter Formation. This formation had the characteristic of reflecting the enemy's attacks, especially some spells that left the body. The rebound effect was very obvious, and it had a certain effect on direct attacks like swords and sabers. When this spirit pattern was constructed alone, it also had the same effect. It could be said that this was a spirit pattern that was specially used to defeat the strong. If he encountered a strong opponent, this spirit pattern might be able to display some miraculous effects at the crucial moment. To Lu Yi, this was undoubtedly a very useful spirit rune. Including the previous spirit pattern, he had already activated 2 spirit patterns on this trip. He had gained a lot. Naturally, Lu Yi wouldn't be satisfied with this. It was rare to find such an environment, so he naturally had to make the best use of it and let the talent tree eat its fill in one go. Moreover, there was also a small team led by Ying Wuji competing at the side. Looking at them, it was very likely that there would often be cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge coming to collect the Earth Core fire. If he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to find a similar environment in the future. On the talent tree, as the power of the fire was continuously devoured, another leaf lit up. However, Lu Yi knew at a glance that this leaf didn't carry spirit patterns, but the construction techniques of spirit patterns. These things were very useful to him. The reason why he could construct such a complicated spirit pattern like the void at the Cloud River realm and the success rate was extremely high was that he had these gains as the foundation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to have such achievements after only a few years of contact with the Tao of spirit patterns, no matter how talented he was in this Tao. His current attainments in the Tao of spirit patterns were mainly due to his talent and the various gains he had obtained from the talent tree. After lighting up more than a dozen leaves that carried the construction techniques, there was finally a new gain. On the talent tree, dozens of leaves once again bloomed at the same time, which undoubtedly showed the complexity and importance of the next spirit pattern. Today, Lu Yi also discovered a problem. Nowadays, the talent tree didn't have many spirit patterns that could be carried by one leaf. Most of them could only be carried by many leaves. This kind of spirit pattern was complicated to construct, but once it was successfully constructed, it would play a greater role. RGRG Human, Path Great Sage. Chapter 874. As time passed, the leaves on the talent tree continued to be ignited. Looking at the talent tree now, it was burning fiercely and engulfed in flames. It was a world of difference from when he first saw it. Although many of the leaves did not carry complete spirit patterns, Lu Yi still gained a lot. This was really a case of not opening for 3 years, but opening for 3 years. He was originally a little worried that the missing moon immortal would give him some other mission since he had not returned to the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass for so long. But recently, there had been no response from the Wei Ling, and the missing moon immortal did not even look for him. Lu Yi felt like he had been forgotten, but this was exactly what he wanted. If it was really like before, the missing moon immortal would always give him some unimportant missions, and he would not have time to do anything else. While he had gained a lot, in Wuji's team, had also gained a lot. The team of more than 10 people continued to collect earth fire, and now they had already collected a few hundred portions. If these things were bought from the Tianji treasury, it would not cost much merit points. But now the Tianji treasury did not have any stock, and they could only rely on themselves to collect. There was an additional amount of merit points in the battlefield imprint, about 20,000 points. Lu Yi knew that it was his monthly salary as a guard. Counting it, it had been a month since he reported to the Ash and Flame Mountain Pass. There was still another amount of merit points that had not been distributed, because it was not time yet. It was the reward for his patrol duty. The missing Moon Immortal had given him a mission to patrol the surroundings of the Ash and Flame Mountain Pass, and also gave him the patrol duty. These kinds of missions were long-term and not one-time, so the rewards were also distributed monthly. However, Lu Yi was not sure if he would be able to receive it, because he had been staying in the fire all this time. He had not fulfilled his patrol duty at the mountain pass. Tianji was fair and just. Since he had not fulfilled his duty, logically speaking, there was probably no chance for him to receive the reward for this mission. Every time a leaf on the talent tree was completely ignited, he would check the information it carried. However, after his 5th spiritual rune was activated, the talent tree seemed to have undergone some changes. The roots of the talent tree pierced into the magma and continued to devour the power of fire. However, the leaves on the talent tree that were not ignited did not have any reaction. This gave Lu Yi a fright. The talent tree was his greatest secret and also what he relied on. Since he started cultivating, it had provided him with unimaginable help. If something happened to the talent tree, the loss would be too great. However, after a careful check, he confirmed that there wasn't any problem with the talent tree. Many spirit runes could still be activated and constructed at will. Right now, the talent tree was like a fairy, entering a state where one could only enter and not exit. No matter how much fire it swallowed, the leaves that were not set ablaze did not move at all. Gradually, Lu Yi discovered the root of the problem. The continuous devouring of the fire energy did not cause any changes to the leaves, but the roots that extended from the roots had a different change. The roots of the talent tree had clearly become stronger, denser, and more solid. Originally, these roots didn't look much different from ordinary roots, but now they were dark red, as if they were pieces of iron that had been burned red. Such a change was undoubtedly a good thing. Lu Yi suddenly had the idea that the talent tree was transforming. Although he wasn't sure if his idea was right or wrong, based on the current situation, it was very likely so. Before the transformation, the talent tree could already bring him great help. What would it be like after the transformation? Lu Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. Lording, has the temperature here dropped? A cultivator from the Myriad Demons Ridge suddenly asked. Compared to when they first arrived, the environment here was obviously less harsh after half a month. The others were also keenly aware of this. Ing Wuji nodded. It should be because we collected too much earth fire. Although that was what he said, he was more or less puzzled. They had indeed collected a lot of earth fire during this period of time, but it was not to the extent of changing the environment here. But thinking about it, there must have been others who had come here to collect earth fire over the years, so it was not strange for the environment to change over time. What he didn't know was that besides them, Lu Yi was also secretly devouring the fire energy here, and the amount of earth fire Lu Yi was devouring was much greater than what they had collected. Hold on for a few more days, then we'll go back, Ing Wuji said. The efficiency of collecting earth fire now was not as good as it had been at the beginning. A few more days would be enough, so there was no need to stay here any longer. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the stone wall, wondering what kind of secret technique this brother ox was cultivating. During this period of time, he didn't seem to have any gains, and instead frequently made mistakes in his cultivation. 2 days later, the temperature of the volcanic crater had clearly dropped. Not only did Ing Wuji's efficiency of collecting earth fire become extremely low, But even Lu Yi could feel that the speed at which the talent tree was devouring earth fire was much slower than before. Should he snatch the earth fire that they had mined? During this period of time, they had mined at least 1,000 portions of earth fire, perhaps even more. Perhaps this would allow the talent tree to complete its transformation. But if he really made a move, then he would not be able to hide his identity and would also expose one of his trump cards. Whether this transaction was worth it or not, Lu Yi still had to weigh the pros and cons. Before he could make a decision, there was a sudden cry of surprise. "Lording!" Instantly, there was panic on the other side. Lu Yi raised his head and looked over, only to see that the members of the myriad demon ridge had all gathered together. Ingwuji stood in front of them like an old hen, protecting the group of Cloud River Tier cultivators behind him. He looked warily at the center of the lava pool. In the center, as the lava churned, a giant bubble burst, as if something was rushing out from the depths of the lava. Lu Yi also stood up, his expression wary. In such a special environment, it was easy for some demonic beasts to breed. Ingwuji had previously warned the Cloud River Tier cultivators under his command to be careful of any demonic beasts that might appear here. However, after such a long time, nothing had happened here, causing everyone to let down their guard. Now, by the looks of it, there really was a possibility that demonic beasts were breeding here. Moreover, looking at the great commotion, it was possible that they were not ordinary demonic beasts. "Let's leave this place first." Though Ingwuji did not know what would happen later, this was obviously not a place to stay for long. Just as he was about to lead the Cloud River Tier cultivators away, the thing that was surging out from the bottom of the lava pool appeared. It was not some demonic beast, but rather a giant stone platform. As the stone platform rose rapidly from below, the boiling lava flowed in all directions. The intense heat caused the stone platform to appear dark red after being burned, and waves of heat rolled out in all directions. The group was all shocked and uncertain. No one had thought that there would be such a stone platform hidden under the lava, and that it would suddenly appear today. Ingwuji frowned, and was just about to step forward to investigate when he saw that Brother Nyo's figure had already swayed, and he landed on the stone platform. The giant stone platform and the tiny figure formed an extremely sharp contrast. Ingwuji also arrived in a flash, and after looking around he asked, "Brother Nyo, do you recognize the origin of this thing?" After so many years, many cultivators had come to the mouth of this volcano, but no one had ever discovered this thing. The timing of its appearance was a bit strange. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. This stone platform looked ancient at a glance, and for some reason, it had been submerged in the mouth of the volcano. But even so, it showed no signs of damage, and even the many complex patterns on the stone platform had not been erased. It was clear that the material of this stone platform was extraordinary. Lu Yi focused his gaze on the crisscrossing patterns, comparing them with the information of the many formation Tao imprints in his mind, trying to figure out what was going on. "Lording, this thing has suddenly appeared. Perhaps there is some kind of opportunity?" a cultivator asked. Ingwuji shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. The appearance of this thing should be related to the loss of the power of the flames here during this period of time. Previously, the power of the flames was abundant, so it could safely hide underground. Now that the power of the flames is gone, it has surfaced." After saying this, he looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Brother Nyo, what do you think?" Lu Yi nodded. "I think so too." Ingwuji's words were in line with his thoughts. Otherwise, there was no reason for such a coincidence. During this period of time, the two of them had been wantonly absorbing the power of the flames here, causing the environment here to improve. He didn't know what this stone platform was for, but it should be related to the power of the flames. Previously, when the power of the flames was abundant, it had not appeared. Brother Nyo is proficient in the formation Tao. Ingwuji saw Lu Yi concentrating on studying the patterns on the stone platform and inexplicably felt a little flustered. This person's attainments in the formation Tao were not low. Lu Yi didn't even raise his head. I know a little, but I'm not proficient. He then added, it's normal for an art cultivator to cultivate the formation Tao as well. That's true. Ing Wuji relaxed. Brother, Ing should be proficient in the formation Tao, right? What can you see? Ing Wuji said, it looks a little like a spirit gathering array, but it also doesn't seem like one. As for what the formation Tao is for, as his voice fell, the stone platform suddenly hummed and shook. Immediately after, patterns lit up and spread out in all directions. Around the stone platform, patterns of flowers and plants lit up. In an instant, the images of flowers and plants appeared around the stone platform. 1 flower, 2 flowers, there were more than 40 flowers. Everyone could clearly feel that the surrounding heat was being wildly swallowed up by the stone platform. Many pairs of eyes looked towards a certain cultivator in the crowd. Just now, it was this person who had activated his spirit power and caused the 51 stone platforms to change like this. Being stared at like this, the cultivator was a little flustered and said awkwardly, I saw that the patterns on the stone platform were intact, so I wanted to try and see if I could activate its power. I didn't think it would really activate. He thought that rather than studying it, it was better to see it with his own eyes. I was wrong. Please forgive me, sir. The cultivator hurriedly admitted his mistake. Chapter 875. Ing Wuji shook his head. It's fine. However, don't act rashly next time. This time he had only caused some changes, and there was no danger. However, he could not say for sure next time. It was very rash to act rashly before he understood something. However, it was this cultivator's actions that allowed Ing Wuji to see some clues. He said, when you joined the sect, you should have tested your talent. What was the result? The cultivator was slightly ashamed. He's an average talent, and he has 43 leaves. Ing Wuji turned to look at Lu Yi. Brother Niu. Lu Yi bowed. The flower shadows that appeared just now were exactly 43. So it's true. Ing Wuji understood. Looks like it's true. The two of them spoke one after another as if they had reached some conclusion. The group of Cloud River tier cultivators were somewhat thoughtful and confused. A female cultivator said, Lording, you mean to say that this stone platform is used to test one's talent? Perhaps it is, and perhaps it isn't, but it is indeed used to test one's talent. It has the ability to test one's innate talent. Ing Wuji took in a deep breath. This item must have existed for a very long time. It's very likely that it was created before this era. The reason for this judgment was that the methods used by the major sects to test the talent of their disciples were different from what was shown on this stone platform. Lu Yi had also tested his talent in the Evil Moon Valley. During the whole process, he only needed to sit in a magic array and let the cultivator who tested his talent guide his spiritual power to test him. This was still fresh in his memory. Since the beginning of this era, the method that the cultivators of the 9 states used to test their talent was the same as what Lu Yi had experienced. It might have been improved, but the general method would not change. The stone platform before him was clearly different from the method that the 9 states used to test their talent. Who wants to try? Ing Wuji said. The female cultivator who had spoken earlier said, I'll try. As she said this, she channeled her spiritual power into the stone platform beneath her. The veins lit up, and the formation was activated. The flower shadows at the edge of the stone platform appeared again. There were 53 of them. The female cultivator said, It really is used to test one's talent. The number 53 is the same as my talent. If that was the case, then this stone platform would not be of much use. However, its material was strange. If he could find a way to bring it back and sell it to the Tianji treasury, he might be able to make a decent profit. After confirming that there wasn't any danger, the cultivators' playful hearts were aroused. One smoke after another, they tried it out, and the results they obtained all confirmed their respective talents. Lording, why don't you give it a try? A female cultivator asked, curious about Ing Wuji's talent. As the core disciple of this generation of Sun Luo Temple, previously he had achieved good results in the Cloud River battle, so Ing Wuji's talent was naturally excellent. He intended to show off his prowess in front of these Cloud River tier cultivators, so he did not refuse and said, "Then, let's give it a try." His spirit energy was activated and the array hummed. Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone looked up and saw that the flower shadows around the stone platform were almost connected together. There were a total of 62 flowers. A cultivator's talent was 64, and if one wanted to become a core disciple of the various great sects, one's talent had to be at least 60 leaves. Ing Wuji's talent of 62 leaves was top-notch even in the whole 9 states. Feeling the envious and worshipful gazes around him, Ing Wuji said, "Although talent is important in the cultivation of cultivators, talent cannot determine the limit of one's cultivation. You all have to remember that your own hard work is the most important. If someone relies on his talent and does not improve, in the end he will not achieve much. On the other hand, even if his talent is insufficient, the heavens reward the diligent, and there will be a way for those with a will to succeed." His lecture made the many Cloud River tier cultivators nod, indicating that they had understood. However, as he spoke, he could not help but laugh. A female cultivator said sweetly, "Lording, what interesting thing have you thought of?" "I thought of a person." Lu Yi looked up at him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Ing Wuji was completely unaware and did not need anyone to ask. He continued, "I'm sure you all are familiar with Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect. They were all at the Cloud River tier and had fought in the Cloud River battlefield. Who had not heard of Lu Yi's name?" Instantly, their expressions became serious. Actually, his real name was Lu Yi, but for some reason, he was called Lu Yi. Now that he has become famous, he is called this. Do you know why he is called Lu Yi? I have not heard of this. I heard that when his talent was tested, he only received the evaluation of Iya, which just so happened to match his name, so some people jokingly called him Lu Yi. In the end, the news spread just like that. Iya's talent, ha ha ha, don't you think it's funny? As he laughed, Ing Wuji suddenly shuddered and turned to look in Lu Yi's direction. For some reason, he felt that this person wanted to kill him. He did not seem to have offended this brother Nyo. What was up with this person? His expression became serious, and he changed the topic. I am not telling you all this for you to laugh at his talent. Lu Yi is so talented, and he has achieved so much. Now, on the Cloud River battlefield, who does not know his name? Thus, for cultivators, talent is important, but it is not the most important thing. But, my lord, with Lu Yi's talent, his cultivation efficiency must be extremely low. How can Lu Yi's cultivation speed be so fast? Is this fake news purposely released by the Grand Heaven Alliance? Perhaps he has more than Iya's talent, but his talent is definitely not too high. As for the fake news, a Cloud River realm cultivator is no different from a lake. The Grand Heaven Alliance is so big, why would they care about a single Cloud River realm cultivator? Why would the cultivators release fake news? As for why he can cultivate so fast, he must have obtained many fortuitous encounters. I was fortunate enough to work with him for a period of time. Although we are on different sides, I have to say that this person has some tricks up his sleeve. Some cultivators were not convinced. If he relies on fortuitous encounters alone, he won't be able to go far. Naturally, someone else agreed and flattered Ing Wuji. Lord Ying's talent is unparalleled. Your future achievements will definitely be above Lu Yi's. I hope so. Ing Wuji turned to look at Lu Yi. Brother Nyo, do you want to try? Lu Yi wanted to refuse. There was no point in testing his talent. He had the little spirit-gathering funnel. His talent did not matter much to him. However, on second thought, ever since he obtained the Soaring Dragon Realm's broken origin, his talent seemed to have undergone some earth-shattering changes. In the past, he could not absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi at all. It was as though there was a barrier in his body that prevented the heaven and earth spirit chi from entering his body. Only the little spirit gathering funnel could break through this barrier. However, now, even if he did not construct the little spirit gathering funnel, Lu Yi could still cultivate like an ordinary cultivator. It was just that he rarely did so. After all, in terms of efficiency, his original technique was more impressive. He could test his talent to see how good it was. With that thought in mind, he channeled his spiritual power into the stone platform beneath him. The veins swiftly lit up, and the great formation was activated. The flower patterns around the stone platform shone brightly. Above each pattern, the shadow of a flower appeared in the air. In an instant, the flower shadows connected head to tail and covered the entire area around the stone platform. The others watched with their mouths agape. Ing Wuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Yi was slightly surprised as well. He knew that his talent was not bad, but he did not expect it to be this good. 64 flower shadows appeared, 2 more than Ing Wuji. This meant that Lu Yi had a 64-leaf talent, gifted by the heavens. This was a true gifted by the heavens. In fact, it could be said that his talent was more than 64 leaf because that was the limit of what this place could test. Brother Niu, are you really a rogue cultivator? Ing Wuji finally came to his senses. Was there such a rogue cultivator in the world? Originally, Ing Wuji did not pay much attention to Lu Ye's claim that he was a rogue cultivator who did not belong to any sect or sect. Rogue cultivators generally did not have high talents, because if they had good talent, they would have joined a large sect long ago. However, he now realized that he had misjudged Lu Yi. With a 64-leaf talent, he could join any of the top sects in the 9 states. How could such a person be a rogue cultivator? Ing Wuji could not figure it out. Lu Yi had already retracted his spiritual power. When others retracted their spiritual power, the flower shadows would disappear. However, when he retracted his spiritual power, the flower shadows remained and shone brighter and brighter. This sudden change caused everyone to be on guard. They did not know what was going on. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, the 64 flower shadows suddenly floated towards the center of the stone platform. Above the flower shadows, the petals fluttered and danced, quickly fusing together to form an even larger flower shadow. The surrounding flame energy was wildly devoured by the stone platform, and a wild gust of wind appeared. The originally scorching hot environment became slightly cooler. Under everyone's gaze, the flower shadow at the center of the stone platform seemed to have absorbed enough energy and slowly bloomed like a real flower bud. Cracking sounds could be heard. When the flower shadow had completely bloomed, a cratered entrance had appeared at the center of the stone platform. The entrance was at the center of the flower. At this moment, the changes on the stone platform finally stopped, and the massive flower shadow slowly disappeared. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at the entrance that had suddenly appeared. They had not expected such a change. Based on the current situation, this stone platform was not only used to test one's talent, but also a hidden door that led underground. As for what was below, no one knew. If they wanted to open this door, they would have to find a way to activate the 64 flower shadows. Relying on one's talent alone should not be the only method. The ancient person who had created this stone platform must have other methods. This time, Lu Yi must have used this method to open the hidden door of the stone platform by chance. Now that the door had appeared and the path ahead was unknown, everyone began to think. In the 9 states, fortuitous encounters were everywhere. Whether one could encounter it or not depended on one's luck. An ancient stone platform and a door that led to an unknown place. Was there danger or a fortuitous encounter ahead? However, cultivators had always been adventurous. In such a situation, anyone would want to go in and explore. Ing Wuji turned to look at Lu Yi. Brother Niu. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Ing Wuji understood tacitly. Chapter 876. Ingwu-ji had an indescribable feeling towards this loose cultivator who called himself Nyomeng. Disregarding everything else, he had a tacit understanding with this person at times. Take this moment as an example. Facing this unknown door, he and Nyomeng had decided on a plan with just a simple sentence and a glance. There was no need for too much elaboration or anything else. The two of them already understood each other's thoughts. Ingwu-ji led the way in front while Nyomeng monitored from behind. Working with such a person was undoubtedly very easy. If Nyomeng was not here, he might not have the intention to explore further. His main mission was to protect the Cloud River tier cultivators under him as they collected earth fire. He had the responsibility to ensure their safety. The road ahead was unknown, and Ingwu-ji could not care less about it. The biggest problem was to immediately send a message to Lunai and ask him to send other true lake tier cultivators. They would come over to cooperate with him, but with Nyomeng beside him, there was no need to delay things. His gaze swept across the Cloud River tier cultivators under him, and Ingwu-ji pointed out half of them. You all follow me down. The rest stay outside to provide support. If there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message back. Yes. Everyone agreed. This time, even the flirtatious female cultivator's expression became extremely serious. Normally, Ingwu-ji was easy to approach, and they could talk and laugh with him. But now that he had given an order, they could only follow it. Senior Ing, I'll go in first. An 8th Order Solid Cloud River Realm cultivator volunteered and walked into the dark hole. Move! Ingwu-ji pulled him to the side and jumped into the hole on the stone platform. The hole was like the mouth of a beast, swallowing him whole. Follow. A voice came from below. A few Cloud River tier cultivators who were pointed out hurriedly followed Ingwu-ji's footsteps and jumped in one by one. Lu Yi walked at the back. After he walked in, there were only a few cultivators left. They all spread out and were vigilant. Below the stone platform was a stone staircase that led downwards. No one knew where it led. The stone staircase was obviously man-made. It was flat and smooth. Even after the erosion of time, it was still as stable as before. There were 7 to 8 people in the group, with the 2 true lake tier cultivators in front and behind, and the Cloud River tier cultivators in the middle. They all tiptoed like cats, and there was no sound as they walked. The passage down wasn't crowded and could accommodate 7 or 8 people walking side by side. The further down they went, the darker it became. However, everyone was considered to have some success in their cultivation, so they channeled enough spirit force into their eyes to observe their surroundings. Ingwu-ji, who was leading the way, did not hide himself. He walked and stopped, as if he had discovered something. Lu Yi, who was at the back, soon knew what he had discovered. Passing by the place where he had stopped, Lu Yi could clearly see that there were some strange stone carvings on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. The patterns on the stone carvings were not uniform and appeared to be arbitrary. Some were flowers, some were sabers and spears, and some were human figures and ferocious beasts. From the looks of it, it was something left behind by the workers of ancient times and did not contain any special information. However, the pattern that appeared the most frequently was the sun in the sky. Within this pattern, there were many figures kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Regardless of the origin of the owner of this place, just from the pattern alone, it seemed to be worshipping the sun in the sky. All the way down, it was unknown how far they had gone. Until a certain moment, there was a sudden cry from the front. Lu Yi, who was walking at the back, couldn't help but quicken his pace. The moment he stepped off the stone steps, Lu Yi couldn't help but fall into a daze. Su Chunran had a giant karst cave. This karst cave was so large that one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Deep within the cave, fiery red magma flowed like a river, shining with a brilliant light that clearly imprinted the scene inside the karst cave into everyone's field of vision. What caused everyone to exclaim in surprise was not the vastness of the karst cave, but rather the fact that there was a city-like existence in the cave. Rows upon rows of rough-looking houses of different heights were scattered all over the city. These houses were all carved out of hard stones, and many of them had collapsed due to years of disrepair. Only a few of them were still intact. In this underground karst cave, there was actually an ancient city. The city was crisscrossed with the magma flowing through the canals, like a moat. Just from the scene in front of them and their previous experience, this city had been uninhabited for many, many years. But what was hard to imagine was what kind of people would live in such an environment. Even a true lake stage cultivator like Ingwuji couldn't stay here for long. He had to constantly circulate his spiritual energy to resist the scorching heat of the environment, which consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Suddenly seeing a dilapidated city in such a position was really hard to believe. "What's up there?" Suddenly, a cultivator looked up. Above everyone's heads was the underground rock wall, but because of the environment, it was scorched red. But on the rock wall, every set distance, there were specks of light constantly flickering. Ingwuji and Lu Yi flew up at the same time and soon returned, each holding a fist-sized irregular crystal in their hands. Fire Spirit Stone! Ingwuji was stunned. Most of the spirit stones didn't have an attribute, but there were many special environments that could produce spirit stones with special attributes. For example, here, the environment was scorching hot and the fire spiritual energy was dense and active. Over the years, fire spirit stones could be born. This kind of thing was useless to normal cultivators. But for cultivators like Lu Yi, who cultivated fire attribute techniques and had fire attribute spiritual energy, using this spirit stone to cultivate would be much more efficient than using normal spirit stones. Not only that, attribute spirit stones had other uses that normal spirit stones couldn't replace. So in terms of value, attribute spirit stones were much more valuable than normal spirit stones. Under the premise of the same quality and size, one attribute spirit stone could be exchanged for 3 to 5 normal spirit stones. This kind of thing was usually kept as a strategic reserve by the two factions. Lu, you once tried to find fire spirit stones in the Tianji treasure house, but didn't find a single one. It wasn't that the Tianji treasure house didn't sell it, but when there was stock, it was all snatched up by the cultivators of the two factions. It was the same treatment as the earth core fire. There were fire spirit stones in the rock wall above the city, which meant that there was a complete fire spiritual vein above, or else it wouldn't be able to nurture fire spirit stones. Looking up, there were as many fire spirit stones on the rock wall as there were stars in the sky. There were obviously a lot of them. No one had set foot in this place for thousands of years, so it wasn't strange that there were so many fire spirit stones here. "Senioring, should we start mining?" A cultivator asked, his face flushed with excitement. In the face of such an opportunity, everyone was naturally tempted. If they could mine all the fire spirit stones above, then even if they divided them evenly, everyone would benefit greatly. Ingwuji thought for a moment, then said, "Since we've encountered it, we naturally can't miss it. Then we'll start now. But be vigilant at all times." Ingwuji waved his hand. A few cultivators immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the cliff above. "Brother Nyo, what do you plan to do?" Ingwuji turned to look at Lu Yi. He couldn't help but feel a bit strange. In the face of such wealth, this brother Nyo didn't seem to be very tempted. "I'll look around and see if there's any danger." Ingwuji finally understood Lu Ye's intentions and said gratefully, "Then I'll have to trouble brother Nyo." Sure enough, he could rely on his own people. It wasn't that brother Nyo wasn't tempted by the fire spirit stones. He was just a bit more cautious. "Don't worry, brother Nyo will get his share," Ingwuji added. Since Lu Yi was willing to take the risk of exploring the area, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Everyone was working together now, and although the division of labor was different, when the time came, he couldn't leave out his share of the benefits. Lu Yi nodded and walked towards the city. After walking a few steps, he suddenly seemed to think of something and said, It's best if they hand over all the fire spirit stones they've mined to you for safekeeping. This way, it'll be convenient for the final tally and avoid any suspicions. During the process of mining, if someone was secretly hiding something, they couldn't possibly check the storage bags of others. Rather than making a fuss and embarrassing everyone, it was better to letting Wu Ji keep all the fire spirit stones and split the profits among everyone. Ing Wu Ji immediately understood Lu Ye's intentions and nodded, saying, "Brother Niu's considerations are thorough. We'll do as Brother Niu says." Only then did Lu Yi leave and enter the city. Ing Wu Ji then flew into the air and met up with the Cloud River tier cultivators under his command. He passed down an order and had them hand over all the fire spirit stones they've mined. Regarding this, the Cloud River tier cultivators didn't have much objection. They also understood Ing Wu Ji's intentions. The efficiency of the cultivators was very high. Piece after piece of fire spirit stone was mined, and every time a certain amount was accumulated, they would come to Ing Wu Ji's side to be counted. While this side was bustling with activity, Lu Yi also made a discovery. In a half-collapsed stone house, Lu Yi looked at a stool in front of him with a strange expression. There was no other reason. This stool was actually carved out of fire spirit stones. The workmanship wasn't exquisite, and it was actually very crude. However, it couldn't hide the special quality of its material. The reason why he had taken the initiative to invite Granny to explore this underground city was because this place was unknown. Although no one had visited it for many years, who knew if there really were some hidden dangers? It wouldn't be too late to think about the benefits after exploring it thoroughly. There were many thorns on the path of cultivation, so it was always right to be a little more careful. However, he hadn't thought that a casual stroll would result in such a harvest. Who exactly had lived in this city in the past to actually use such a good thing as a stool? Weren't they afraid of burning their butts? Or could it be that the people who had lived in this city all cultivated fire element cultivation techniques? This was a remnant of a long time ago. If there weren't any special clues now, there was no way to prove anything. Lu Yi stepped forward and put away the stool. He looked around again and only left after confirming that there were no other good things. Chapter 877. Occasionally, he would find something when he searched the stone houses. He didn't know what kind of people used to live here, but they seemed to have a habit of using fire spirit stones to make furniture. Chairs, tables, and other things that Lu Yi didn't know the purpose of were all carved out of fire spirit stones. No one had cared about this place for thousands of years, and the fire spirit energy here was extremely rich and active, causing these things to be of high purity and quality. Ing Wu Ji and the others were mining the fire spirit stones on the walls above, but they didn't expect that the real treasure would be hidden in this shabby city. Rather than painstakingly mining, it was naturally better to pick up the ready-made stones. In such a large city, searching alone wasn't very efficient. Even if Lu Yi wasn't slow, it wouldn't be easy to search the entire city. After a moment of thought, Lu Yi took Hoopa out of the spirit beast pouch and called out, "Yi. Lu Yi, where is this place?" Hoopa had been kept in the spirit beast pouch all this time, so he naturally didn't see the light of day. Suddenly appearing in such a strange place, she couldn't help but be a little confused. A treasure ground! Lu Yi gave a simple explanation of the current situation. Yi instantly understood. I understand. He wanted her to help find the fire spirit stones hidden in this city. Be careful. There's a group of people from Myriad Devil Ridge here, led by Ing Wu Ji. Don't let them find you. Yi nodded and quickly disappeared, followed by Hoopa. With Yi's help, the efficiency of the treasure hunt doubled, and the harvest this time wouldn't be bad. After that, Lu Yi also investigated the collapsed building, and from time to time, he would discover something. More than 2 hours later, Lu Yi held a round plate carved out of fire spirit stones in his hand and carefully examined it. This round plate was the size of a palm, and like the furniture he had collected before, it had very deep chiseling marks. This clearly wasn't a piece of furniture, but rather a plate. But the plate was too shallow, so it couldn't be used to hold anything. Because of the markings, he could distinguish the complete appearance of these spirit markings. After observing for a moment, Lu Yi poured his spirit energy into it, trying to repair the damaged areas along the original markings. This was not difficult for him. It was similar to the test of setting up arrays in the 100 Formation Pagoda. As for whether he could reproduce the full appearance of this unknown spiritual pattern, he could only rely on his luck. After all, too many lines were missing, and he had no idea what the original spiritual pattern looked like. A moment later, Lu Ye's expression became strange. As he repaired it, the damaged spirit inscriptions gradually revealed themselves. However, the more he looked at it, the more the spirit inscriptions on the fire spirit stone disc looked like explosive spirit inscriptions. It was roughly the same as the explosion spiritual tattoo he had mastered, but its internal structure was slightly different. The construction of a spiritual tattoo was not unchanging. For example, the spiritual tattoos that Lu Yi had obtained from the talent tree were different from the spiritual tattoos that he had seen in books. He had also compared the effects of these differences and finally came to a conclusion. If the same spiritual tattoo was constructed using the method on the talent tree, the power would be about 10% to 20% stronger than the method learned from books. This was already an extremely impressive improvement. Therefore, during the repair process, Lu Yi could basically conclude that the pattern carved on the fire spirit stone disc should be an explosion spiritual tattoo. It was just that the construction method was slightly different from the one he had mastered. The fire element was violent. The fire spirit stone itself contained pure fire spiritual energy. It was the most unstable of all the elemental spirit stones. Under normal circumstances, it had to be handled gently. If it was accidentally knocked, it was very likely to cause the internal spiritual energy to become chaotic and explode. What would happen if it was supplemented with an explosion spiritual tattoo? A thought flashed through his mind. The repair of the fire spirit stone disc in his hand had also reached the final juncture. When the last foundational element was completed and the explosion spiritual tattoo was formed, Lu Yi suddenly realized that what he was holding in his hand was not a fire spirit stone, but an extremely dangerous thing that could explode at any time. With the support of the explosive spiritual tattoos, the already violent fire spiritual energy showed signs of going out of control. Even Lu Yi, who had the cultivation of the true lake stage, could not help but feel a trace of fear. He had a feeling that if the Zhou GS item exploded in his hand, it would be a threat to the 1L version to a certain extent. This disc was a killing weapon. Lu Yi suddenly realized this problem. This thing was used by the residents of this city to kill enemies. No wonder there were many collapsed houses here, and there were traces of destruction. He thought that it was because of years of disrepair and collapse, but now it seemed that this killing weapon should be one of the reasons. What kind of people used to live in this city? This environment of Soreo also produced killing weapons like Yujin City and Contestant Peak. They must be a group of people who were not to be trifled with. After dispersing his spiritual energy and solving the explosion spiritual tattoo, the heart-palpitating feeling also disappeared. Strike this fire spirit stone disc and pass it to Xiao Yi. If she found something similar, she must be careful. She must be careful not to bump into it. He continued to search. There were not many fire spirit stone discs like killing weapons, but they were not few either. It could be seen that the residents here had indeed mastered a method of refining killing weapons with the help of fire spirit stones a long time ago. Time passed. After entering this underground city for half a day, Lu Yi had already gained a lot. Fire spirit stones were very useful to him. Not only could it help him cultivate, but his talent tree could also devour the spiritual energy within and use it to ignite those leaves. In this way, he did not have to worry about the talent tree's resources for a short period of time. Although he spent half a day, Lu Yi had only searched less than 10% of this huge city. It could be seen how vast this city was. It was rare to come across such an opportunity, and this place contained such great benefits. Naturally, he could not miss it. Just as Lu Yi was about to continue searching, he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy coming from afar. Lu Yi looked up and saw that there were lights flashing continuously in that direction. Spiritual energy was surging endlessly. That direction was where Ying Wuji's team was. Were they attacked? Following Yi Ten's brows, he went north for half a day and did not even see a shadow. What did Ying Wuji's team encounter? It could not be the people of Grand Heaven Alliance. This was considered the two sides of Lonely Mountain City, Yi of Wan Mo Ling. The closest side of Grand Heaven Alliance was Ashen Flame Mountain Yi. Other than himself, there was only Missing Moon Immortal in Ashen Flame Mountain Yi. Missing Moon Immortal was a divine ocean tier cultivator. Naturally, she could not have come here to kill a group of Cloud River tier cultivators. Lu Yi was puzzled. He did not know what had happened over there. He hurriedly sent a message to Yi and asked for her location. Then, he immediately rushed toward her. In a short while, he found Yi and Hupa. Lu Yi hurriedly put Hupa into the spirit beast pouch. Just as he was about to rush over to meet up with Ying Wuji and the others, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Then the earth shook and the mountains shook. Above his head, gravel rustled and fell. Lu Yi stood in the air and looked down. He saw that in the ruined city below, the crisscrossing trenches that flowed with hot lava were completely boiling. A large number of bubbles burst and lava splattered everywhere. Many stone houses collapsed one after another. It looked like heaven and earth were about to collapse. Looking at the crisscrossing trenches, Lu Yi suddenly realized that something was not quite right. He hurriedly leaped up and flew to a higher place. He looked around, and his eyes could not help but narrow. At this height, he finally sensed that something was wrong. The trenches that crisscrossed the entire underground city were connected by 2 points. The countless ditches that formed the heavenly array were connected to each other and formed 2 JR points. They were the countless ditches that formed the heavenly array. Based on this, the lava flowing in the trenches was the source of energy for the great array to operate. He had not noticed it before, mainly because the city was too big and it was difficult to see the whole picture. Furthermore, who would have thought that there was actually a grand formation hidden within such a city? What kind of array was this? Lu Yi stood still and observed, trying his best to imprint the information about the array Dao in his mind. Soon, the name of a great array appeared in his mind. Octopole Demon Sealing Array. The great array hidden in the city below was 70% similar to the Octopole Demon Sealing Array. However, considering the long passage of time and the many changes in the array Dao, the great array below should be the Octopole Demon Sealing Array from a long time ago. This array was extremely complicated to set up, so even Lu Yi had not set it up before because he had no use for it. This array focused on the word seal, so it had the effect of sealing. What was this array sealing? And according to the current situation, even though many years had passed, this array was still operating because the lava flowing endlessly in it had been providing energy for the array to operate. No matter what this array was sealing, the situation was not good. Perhaps it was because it had not been repaired for a long time, or perhaps it was because of their various actions after arriving, causing this great array to show signs of collapse. No matter what this array was sealing, once it collapsed, it would inevitably see the light of day again. What had happened to Ying Wuji and the others? Without time to think too much, Lu Yi turned around and flew in that direction. It was not advisable to stay in this dangerous place for long. However, just as he moved, the lava in the trenches below suddenly exploded, and pillars of lava soared into the sky, reaching 1,000 feet high. In the direction of the entrance, it had been completely submerged by the rising lava and could no longer be seen. "Brother Niu!" Ying Wuji's voice came from not far away, sounding a little panicked. Lu Yi turned his head to look and saw Ying Wuji leading a few people to flee in this direction. there was also a group of humanoid figures following behind them. These humanoid figures were all covered in flames, and their bodies were constantly twisting and turning. As they chased, they constantly shot out balls of flames from their side, causing Endless Shadow and the others to be battered and exhausted. It should be these things that had fought with Ingwuji and the others just now. Chapter 878. There were obviously 2 less people behind Ingwuji, so they should have already been killed. Lu Yi was also caught off guard by this sudden situation. He never thought that such a treasure trove would be so dangerous. Looking at the pursuers behind Ingwuji and the others, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. Fire spirit race? He had once seen records of this race in a book in his honored master's library pavilion. In the 9 provinces, the main living beings were the human race and the monster race. But in addition to these 2 major races, there were also some other small races, such as the 5 Elements spirit race. The 5 Elements spirit race was blessed by the heavens and was naturally proficient in many mysterious secret techniques. Many of the spirit inscriptions mastered by the human race today were created by generations of sages studying the secret techniques of the 5 Elements spirit race. This was also the reason why the 5 Elements spirit race was recorded in his honored master's library pavilion. However, the 5 Elements spirit race was extremely rare, and ordinary cultivators might not even see one in their lifetime. But at this moment, there were more than 100 fire spirits behind Ingwuji and the others. The environment here was special, so it was normal for it to give birth to such a strange existence like the fire spirit race, but the number was a bit strange. So, the octopole demon sealing formation in this city was sealing the fire spirit race? If this was the case, then there might be more fire spirits here than what he saw. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Yi shuddered and instinctively raised his hand to touch his waist, but he touched nothing. Seeing Ingwuji and the others rushing towards him, he could only raise his hand and cast a spell behind him, slightly delaying the pursuit of the fire spirit race. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had converged. "Let's go!" Ingwuji immediately turned and headed towards the entrance. Everyone followed, closely behind. However, a scene that made them despair appeared. As the octopole demon sealing formation in the city lost its effect, the magma in the trenches surged and many fire spirit race figures appeared. Among the 5 Elements spirit race, the fire spirit race was one of the most hot-tempered ones. Coupled with the fact that they had been sealed for so many years, they had long lost their rationality. Sensing the auras of Lu Yi and the others, they swarmed over from all directions, instantly surrounding them. Lu Yi and Ingwuji opened the way. Lu Ye's hands flashed with spells, while Wu Ji's 2 curved blades flew through the air. Ah! A shrill cry suddenly sounded out from behind. Someone had been killed, and he was swarmed by the fire spirits in the surroundings, causing him to be instantly transformed into a rain of blood. The other people's expressions were filled with grief, indignation, and fear, but they were powerless to help. Lu Yi and Ingwuji didn't even look back as they continued to charge forward. However, more and more fire spirits came from the front. They seemed to understand their plan and had already blocked off their path. There were obstructions in front and pursuers behind. Under such circumstances, it was practically a hopeless situation. "Get down!" Ingwuji made a prompt decision. With an angry roar, he took the lead to descend. Crow was in midair, and there were Han Quan everywhere. If he landed on the ground, at least he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked from below. After a few breaths of time, all of them finally descended into the dilapidated city, and a large number of fire spirits surged over from all directions like a surging tide. More and more fire spirits came from Zhangyi and joined the encirclement. Cries of cultivators rang out continuously. The Cloud River tier cultivators who had descended from the sky couldn't withstand such an attack at all, and were all killed or injured in a short while. Ingwuji's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had never thought that the original opportunity would turn into such a great danger in such a short time. The situation was really unpredictable. What made him feel slightly reassured was that Niu Meng's performance was extremely eye-catching, and his strength was outstanding. In any case, he could cooperate with him. If it were any other time, he would definitely be able to detect the abnormality, because with the strength that Niu Meng displayed now, he definitely couldn't be a nameless person. His mastery of sorcery was not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Qing of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and even surpassed him. Lu Qing had obtained 4th place in the Cloud River contest, so Niu Meng could not be worse than him no matter what. But in reality, Niu Meng did not have a seat in the Cloud River contest at all. But now, the situation was critical, and they could be drowned by the tide of fire spirits at any time. How could Ingwuji think too much? As he resisted, he called out loudly, "Brother Niu, hold on. I have already sent a message inside, and we will have reinforcements soon." Lu Yi did not make a sound, and just used sorcery to repel the enemy. These fire spirits were actually not very strong. Compared to the state of human cultivators, most of them were at the Spirit Stream and Cloud River stage, and there were very few true lake stage cultivators. But Lu Yi could clearly feel that in the crisscrossing ravines, there was an even more powerful qi slowly recovering. It was not that the fire spirit race did not have any powerhouses, but the octagonal demon ceiling formation had not completely lost its effect, and those powerhouses were still in a sealed state. But as time passed, these fire spirit race powerhouses would eventually break out of the seal, so they had to kill their way out as soon as possible. It was not safe to wait for reinforcements from the Lone Mountain Pass. What made Lu Yi especially uncomfortable was that these fire spirits seemed to have a natural resistance to fire-type sorcery, so it was a bit troublesome for him to kill them. 30 seconds later, Ingwuji grunted. He was attacked by a true lake stage fire spirit race cultivator at close range. The fire spirit race was naturally proficient in many fire-type secret arts, and every one of them was a powerful fire-type sorcerer. But it did not mean that they only knew how to cast sorcery. Some fire spirits were born tall and strong, and it was obvious that they were the type that specialized in close combat. Although the two were relying on each other now, it was still hard for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. When he staggered back, the door was wide open and many fire-type sorcery came at him. The aura of death enveloped him, and Ingwuji showed a look of despair. He had just ascended to the true lake stage not long ago, and the brilliance of his life had just begun. He did not expect it to end here. Early on in his cultivation, the elders of the Sun Luo Hall had taught him that the path of cultivation was full of thorns, and life and death were unpredictable. Every battle had to be fought with the determination and courage to die. He had always done this. However, at this juncture, Ingwuji was still somewhat unwilling to give up. His great life had just begun. How could he die here? But so what if he was unwilling? His cultivation was here, and no matter what, he could not unleash power that far exceeded his cultivation level. Then he saw a bright flash of a blade slash before his eyes. All of the spells that were attacking him were destroyed in midair. Waves of heat swept out, attacking Ingwuji's body and stirring up his mind. He stared blankly at the back of the familiar figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the familiar long saber, he felt numb for a moment. Niu Ming, a sorcerer? From the Eastern Hill Pass? A cultivator from the Wan Mo Ridge? Liar. When he first saw this person, he felt that this person was Lu Yi. But when he saw the battlefield mark on the back of this person's hand, he had to dispel his doubts, because the battlefield mark was a gift from the heavens. How could someone from the Grand Sky Alliance have the battlefield mark of the Wan Mo Ridge? But he really did have it. Many times he felt that this person wanted to kill him. He originally thought it was an illusion, but now it seemed that it was not. It was a warning sign in his mind. It was his instinct to survive. It really was him. It was him. Even at this critical moment, Ingwuji's mind was shaken by what he saw. "Follow me." Lu Yi had already recovered his original voice. He exhaled softly, and at the same time, the weapon box at his waist flew out. The Pan Mountain saber slashed out a series of sharp saber lights, which crackled and cut through the waves. As expected, the Mountain Pandao was more suitable for him. This was especially true when dealing with enemies like the fire spirit race. Spells were simply too unreliable. If a spell was cast at full power, its power would be reduced by at least half when it struck the fire spirit race's body. These fire spirits had an innate resistance to fire element spells. With the long blade in hand, Lu Yi seemed to have become a different person. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and wherever he went, the fire spirit race fell like straw in the wind. Although Ingwuji was shocked, he knew that if he did not follow Lu Ye's steps, he would die without a doubt. He knew why Lu Yi was at this critical moment. Hai Jie taught him not because of their insignificant friendship on the Wushuang continent, but because of this moment. The two of them working together was better than one fighting alone. Lu Yi needed someone to block the attacks from behind him. He also cooperated very well, just like when they worked together on the Wushuang continent. The powerhouses of the fire spirit race had not recovered yet, so it was the best time to escape. If they continued to delay, even Lu Yi would not be able to leave this place alive. Looking down from the sky, countless fire spirit race powerhouses filled the large karst cave, and in the crisscrossing ditches of the ruined city, more and more fire spirit race powerhouses were still recovering. In this world filled with fire spirit race powerhouses, two figures, one in front and one behind, were unstoppable as they charged towards the entrance. However, when they were 1,000 feet away from the entrance, magma suddenly roiled up in front of them, quickly transforming into a giant palm that slammed down in Lu Yi and Ingwuji's direction. The giant palm slammed down with astonishing momentum, and all the fire spirit race powerhouses it encountered along the way were knocked dizzy, many of them exploding and dying on the spot. Lu Yi, who was charging at the front, was greatly alarmed. Looking up at the giant palm and sensing its power, he knew that a powerhouse of the fire spirit race had secretly taken action. Perhaps they had not completely escaped, but they could already control sorcery. If they had such ability without completely escaping, once they did, who knew what kind of shocking methods they could use? In such a situation, they could either meet it head-on or retreat. There were many pursuers behind them, so they obviously could not retreat. They had fought so hard to reach this position, and if they retreated now, they might not be able to escape. So Lu Yi did not hesitate at all and rushed towards the giant palm. With a thought, the power of his talent tree was stimulated, and roots invisible to the naked eye grew on the surface of his body. At the same time, he urged his spirit chi to pour into the long saber in his hand. In an instant, the Pan Shan saber was wrapped in flames, as if it was really burning. Lu Yi slashed forward fiercely, his tiny figure and the giant palm forming an extremely obvious visual contrast. Immediately after, the giant palm submerged Lu Yi and Ingwuji's figures. I forgot to set the time. Recently, I've been a bit busy with all kinds of trivial matters. Lu Yi clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers use it to read books. Chapter 879. In the next moment, with a flash of blade light, Shui Mo broke through the giant palm and charged out. The scorching power was blocked by the power of the talent tree, but the huge force caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to crack and blood to flow. Even the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and the blood in his chest and abdomen were roiling. Ingwuji, who was following behind him, also grunted, his face pale. He was secretly horrified. If it wasn't for Shui Mo blocking in front of him, he would have been killed by the might of that palm alone. After passing through the last barrier, the two of them rushed into the stone passageway they came from, one in front and one behind. As soon as they entered, The pressure was greatly reduced because they no longer had to worry about being attacked from all sides. However, many fire spirits had already entered the corridor and were climbing up. When they sensed Shueimo and Ing Wuji's auras, they naturally tried their best to stop them. Shueimo held the long blade in his hand. Blade light flashed as he continued forward. Everywhere he passed, fire spirits would fall. Occasionally, there would be fish that slipped through the net, but Ing Wuji would finish them off. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar suddenly came from behind them. The roar was mixed with endless anger and resentment. Just the power of this roar shook Shueimo and Ing Wuji's minds and made them lose their balance. At the same time, they felt like needles were stabbing into their heads. Divine Sea Realm. Ing Wuji was shocked. His perception was not as sharp as Shueimo's, and the scene before was too chaotic, so he did not notice too many things. How could he know that they had not seen all the fire spirits before? There were even more powerful fire spirits that were sealed within the seal and were about to break free. It was only now that he realized. The pain in his head was undoubtedly caused by the impact to his soul. Just a roar alone had such power, so it had to be at the Divine Sea Realm. Along with that furious roar, a vast and mighty aura came from behind. While he was busy, Ing Wuji turned his head to look and saw a scene that shocked him to the core. He saw magma tumbling behind him, carrying a powerful impact. A wave of air quickly swept in this direction. In the tumbling magma, there were a large number of fire spirits floating. Lu, Brother Nyo, run! Ing Wuji hurriedly shouted. He didn't know whether Shueimo would die or not, but he knew that he would definitely die if he were to be engulfed by the magma. However, although he had recognized Shueimo's identity, he did not dare to call him by his name. He was afraid that Shueimo would suddenly turn around and attack him. He kept reminding himself that this person was Fierce Nyo, not Lu Iya. Even though Shueimo didn't turn around to look, he knew that extremely great danger was approaching from behind. So he immediately sped up and slaughtered a bloody path through the obstruction of numerous fire spirits. After running for a long time, a light suddenly came from above. It was the entrance to the stone platform. In the next instant, Shueimo's figure darted out, and Ing Wuji followed behind in a sorry state. The two of them looked around and saw that there were many more figures of the fire spirit race at the mouth of the volcano. Clearly, they didn't know if they were still alive or not. Without any delay, the two of them soared into the sky and rushed out of the volcano. When they looked back, an unforgettable scene was imprinted in their eyes. Magma erupted, shooting into the sky like a pillar. Heat waves swept out, distorting the void. The earth trembled and the mouth of the mountain cracked. From the erupting magma, figures of the fire spirit race rushed out, all of them roaring at the sky, as if venting their resentment after being sealed for so many years. Their roars were filled with grief and anger, causing the world to change color. Seeing the light of day again, many of the fire spirit race viciously vented their anger before suddenly turning their heads, glaring at Shueimo and Ing Wuji with eyes spitting fire. Although it had been a long time, they still remembered clearly that it was the humans who had used some method to seal them. With such a deep hatred, they naturally would not rest until one of them was dead. Ing Wuji's scalp went numb as he hurriedly flew in the direction of Lonely Mountain City. When they were attacked in the underground cave, he had already sent a message to the mountain pass for help. Presumably, the mountain pass had already sent reinforcements. But at that time, he had no idea how serious the situation was. Now that the situation had changed, the reinforcements sent from the mountain pass might not be of any help. If they wanted to resist this disaster, they could only rely on the strength of the entire Lonely Mountain City. This was not a crisis, but a disaster. If it was not handled well, the entire Lonely Mountain City might fall into a great predicament. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly saw a figure appear beside him from the corner of his eye. Turning his head to look, he saw Shueimo, who was wearing a mask, flying side by side with him. You. Ing Wuji was extremely puzzled. I, a cultivator of the myriad demons' ridge, am in danger. It is natural for me to escape towards the lonely mountain city. Why are you, a member of the Grand Heaven Alliance, joining in the fun? Are you really not afraid of death? But soon he saw through Shui Mo's intentions. If Shui Mo escaped towards the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, it would only bring danger to the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass. These fire spirit race, whose roars were filled with resentment, were not like the cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge, who were intimidated by the legendary woman's reputation and did not dare to act rashly. If they really led the fire spirit race to the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, the woman alone, no matter how strong she was, might not be able to deal with such a crisis. When the defense line was broken, the higher-ups of the military state guard would definitely hold them accountable. So no matter what, Shui Mo could not escape in the direction of the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass. Since he could not escape to the Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, he could only go to the lonely mountain city. But you are from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Ingwuji's mind was in a mess. Although he did not know why Shui Mo had shown him the myriad demons' ridge battlefield imprint, he had a feeling that Shui Mo would not be able to show it a second time. So once he reached the lonely mountain city, his identity would most likely be exposed. With his name as Lu Iya of the Jade Blood Sect, once his identity was exposed, not to mention the sun tomorrow, even the moon tonight would not be able to be seen. Moreover, there was still him, an insider, as a cultivator of the myriad demons' ridge. How could he not report what he knew? Although he had been thinking about the relationship between the two camps during this time, he did not have a definite answer in his heart. As a member of the military state guard of the myriad demons' ridge, Ingwuji naturally would not make a choice that was disadvantageous to the myriad demons' ridge. This guy couldn't be. Just as he felt a strong sense of danger, Ingwuji suddenly panicked. The feeling that this person wanted to kill him was stronger than ever. He turned his head and met Shui Mo's eyes. Ingwuji sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy, he probably wanted to kill him to silence him. He was the only one who knew his identity and secret. If he killed him, would no one else know? He had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's mouth. Ingwuji could only sigh at his bitter fate. In the crisis of life and death, a thought flashed through his mind. He hurriedly said, "With the heavens as my witness, I, Ingwuji, will never reveal a single word of your secrets to anyone in this life. If I violate this oath, I will die on the spot." Under the mask, Shui Mo's cold gaze softened. He was just about to ask Ingwuji to swear an oath to the heavens, but he did not expect him to do so. "Good boy." Shui Mo let go of the mountain pan saber. Ingwuji was almost about to collapse. "Give me the thing." Shui Mo spoke again. "What thing?" Ingwuji's mood was up and down. He had no idea what Shui Mo was talking about. The thing that you mined in the underground cave. Ingwuji finally understood why Shui Mo had asked him to collect all the fire spirit stones that they had mined. At that time, he had said that it would make it easier to split the profits. Now he knew it was to make it easier for him to rob him. So it turned out that he had already had this plan at that time. Can you be more human? Ingwuji was furious. Shui Mo stared at him stubbornly. Although he and Yi had gained a lot in the underground cave, things like fire spirit stones were not much to him. Ingwuji and the others should have gained a lot. "I'll give you a price. I'll give you everything." Ingwuji angrily threw out a storage bag. Inside was the fire spirit stones that they had worked so hard to mine. He was furious. "Stuff yourself to death." However, thinking about it, it was fortunate that he had collected all the fire spirit stones. The few Cloud River tier cultivators who had followed him into the cave had all died in the chaos. They could not even find their storage bags. If he had not collected the fire spirit stones, then all the work that he had collected before would have been wasted. He was still very curious. "That battlefield imprint of yours," Shui Mo said calmly. "Do you know how to live longer?" Ingwuji immediately shut up. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed. he saw that the dense streams of light behind him had gathered into a torrent of fiery light. With the volcanic crater as the source, it connected the sky and the earth with a mighty momentum. The number of fire spirit tribe members was larger than they had thought. And now they only saw those that had rushed out from underground. There should be more that were still hidden in the depths of the ground. Fortunately, he and Shueimo had both advanced to the true lake tier, and their flying speed was much faster than when they were in the Cloud River tier. Otherwise, they might not have been able to escape from the pursuit of the fire spirit tribe. As they flew forward, the pursuers behind them were like maggots that chased after them. "Inform your lone mountain city to prepare for battle," Shueimo said. "I've already informed them." Why would he need Shueimo to remind him of this kind of thing? They had already sent a message to the mountain pass while they were fleeing. They could only hope that the Divine Sea tier cultivators there would take this seriously. Otherwise, there would definitely be a great calamity at Lone Mountain City this time. Originally, there had been a team that had set off from Lone Mountain City to support them. However, they had already returned because that little bit of reinforcements was of no help to the current situation. After a full 4 hours, a towering mountain pass suddenly appeared in front of them. They had arrived at Lone Mountain City. The city wasn't too big. It was much smaller than the city of the Fire Spirit tribe in the underground cave. It wasn't that the Wanemo Ridge was stingy, but that this size was suitable for defense. This was the same no matter which mountain pass it was. Only by shrinking the effective forces as much as possible could the defense line be impregnable. The city wasn't big, but the city walls were hundreds of meters tall. At this moment, on the city walls, there were many figures. They looked in this direction from afar. When they saw the torrent of fiery light behind Shueimo and Ingwuji, their expressions changed. Chapter 880. On the city wall of Lonely Mountain City, many figures stood, led by 2 people. One was a burly man with a round waist, and the other was an enchanting woman with a woman's hair in a bun. These 2 people were the 2 divine ocean realm cultivators guarding Lonely Mountain City, Wanzhonggang and Tanyanyang. It was normal for both Haotian Alliance and Wan Moling to have 2 divine ocean realm cultivators guarding a mountain pass. Some important mountain passes might have more divine ocean realm cultivators, but there would be no more than 5 at most. There were many divine ocean realm cultivators in Jiuzhou, but the 2 camps also had many mountain passes to guard. After dividing up, it was naturally impossible for there to be too many divine ocean realm cultivators guarding each mountain pass. Just like Sanyan Mountain Pass, the situation of one person guarding one mountain pass was unique in the 2 camps since ancient times. One reason was that Nian Yuxian was strong enough, and the other most important reason was that she was a ghost cultivator and not a ghost cultivator in the ordinary sense. Indeed, she had no soldiers or generals under her command. But for so many years, Lonely Mountain City did not dare to invade at all. It was because if they left Lonely Mountain City's protection, there might be people in the world who could block Nian Yuxian's attack, but it was definitely not the 2 people in Lonely Mountain City. At this moment, on the city wall of Lonely Mountain City, Wanzhonggang and Tanyanyang jumped and looked into the distance. The torrent of fire was so powerful that even they could not help but be moved. "Pass down the order to prepare for battle." Wanzhonggang's voice was like thunder. Even if it was just an ordinary voice, it was deafening. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a fierce light. Damn it, where did Ingwuji attract such a group of things? According to the report, they woke up from the underground lava pool. They went to mine the earth fire, but I don't know what they touched. It might be something left behind from the previous era. Fire spirit race. It's been a long time since I last saw them. You have to be careful in case someone takes advantage of the situation, Tan Yaonyang warned. Wanzhonggang naturally knew what she was afraid of. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." While the 2 were talking, Lu Yi and Ingwuji had already flown to the front of Lonely Mountain City. The next moment, They all entered and landed on the city wall. Ingwuji let out a long sigh. It was only at this moment that the great sense of danger in his heart gradually disappeared. Being chased by such a group of fire spirit pearls was truly a little frightening. Turning his head to look at Lu Yi, he saw that this guy's breathing was steady and his eyes were calm, without the slightest sense of fear or uneasiness. Ingwuji was also convinced. A cultivator from the Grand Heaven Alliance, who was only in the true lake stage, could barge into the Wan Mo Ridge so openly and remain so calm and composed. He was probably the only person in history who could do this. Not to mention seeing such a thing. He had never even heard of it. If he were to tell others about it, no one would believe him. However, he also knew that the Myriad Devil Ridge was a little shady. Lu Yi had come with him. Even if he was wearing a mask that concealed his true appearance, the people of Lonely Mountain Pass would not treat him as an enemy. They would only subconsciously think that he was an acquaintance of theirs. Unfortunately, he had also sworn an oath to never reveal any information about Lu Yi to anyone. He felt extremely awkward. On the city walls of Lonely Mountain Pass, figures collided. The atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. Although there were many cultivators guarding Lonely Mountain Pass, there were definitely not as many as there were now. However, because of the changes in the Cloud River battlefield, a large number of Cloud River tier cultivators had nowhere to go and came to the front line of the confrontation between the two camps. Now, there were more people available. On top of the city wall, there was a formation at regular intervals. At the core of each formation was a powerful and expensive large-scale spiritual weapon. It was these formations and spirit tools that formed the sturdy defense of Lonely Mountain Pass. There were originally such formations at Gray Flame Mountain Pass, but most of them were damaged due to lack of maintenance. Although it was not the first time that Lu Yi had participated in such a large-scale battle, no matter which mystery realm he had experienced before, it was not as strict as this one in the 9 states. The battle had not yet begun, but Lonely Mountain Pass already gave people the feeling that it was impenetrable. The closest thing to the 9 states was probably the battle against the Beast Tide in the 2-realm city of the Dragon Soaring Realm. However, that battle was limited to the Cloud River tier and could not be compared to today. From another perspective, if the Grand Heaven Alliance wanted to take down such a pass, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. Roar! A deafening roar came from the front. The torrent of fire was already within 5 kilometers of Lonely Mountain Pass. The flames on the bodies of many fire spirits surged, burning the void until it distorted. The gathered army had the terrifying might of wanting to burn everything in front of them. Kill! A furious roar suddenly came from somewhere on the city walls. In the next instant, a loud and complicated buzzing sound rang out. On the city wall, many cultivators who were controlling the array activated their spirit power. Inside the array lines quickly lit up. The spirit power of the spirit stones embedded in the array was quickly sucked dry and turned into powder. Boom! Beautiful, beautiful pillars of light shot into the sky from many formations, connecting the sky and the earth, and the momentum was astonishing. As the formation operated, the might of the large spirit artifacts and magic artifacts that were placed at the core was activated. Amidst the enormous buzzing and trembling, they transformed into numerous destructive attacks that enveloped the fire spirits that were attacking them. Lu Yi looked up and saw that on the city walls there were many different types of attacks that displayed great power. There was a huge net-like attack that covered a large area, and all the fire spirits that were wrapped in it were cut into pieces. There were also attacks that were like pillars of light. They were simple and direct, but wherever the pillars of light passed, they would create a vacuum in the fire spirit race's army. All the fire spirit race soldiers that came into contact with the pillars of light were turned into dust. There were also streaks of sword chi and blade chi that swept out, and even the void was cut open. Lu Yi watched quietly, but his mind was not as calm as he looked. With such power, even a divine sea realm cultivator might not have a good ending. The fire spirits that were mixed in strength naturally suffered great casualties. Formations could often allow cultivators to unleash power that was far beyond their own level. It was most suitable to use in a battle like this. The many destructive attacks were the result of the overlapping power of the formation and the core of the spirit tools. As for the core of the formation, it was impossible for any cultivator to control them alone. They had to borrow the power of the formation to have enough power to activate them. Moreover, every time they were used, they consumed a lot of energy. The spirit stones placed on the formations had to be replaced immediately, or there would not be enough energy to activate them again. Not only that, the formations and the spirit tools at the core were also very easy to damage from such violent vibrations. There had to be specialized cultivators on the side to check and maintain them and constantly repair and replace them. A formation like this that was specially used to defend against strong enemies required the precise cooperation of a small team, and there had to be at least one true lake realm cultivator in the team. Lonely Mountain City's attacks did not come in a swarm. Instead, they were continuous in batches to ensure that there were no gaps in the attacks. The cooperation of the cultivators in the formations showed the tacit understanding of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. The battle seemed to be going smoothly. Under such dense and powerful attacks, no matter how many fire spirits came, they would only be slaughtered. They could not even think of getting within 1.5 kilometers of Lonely Mountain City. However, the situation soon changed. After a large number of fire spirits were killed or injured, a powerful aura erupted from within the fire spirit army. All the cultivators who sensed this aura were shocked. This was because the strength of this aura had reached the divine ocean realm. Although there were true lake realm cultivators in the fire spirit army, they were not taken seriously by the myriad Demon Ridge. However, the divine ocean realm was different. This was an existence that no one could ignore. Even Wan Zhonggang and Tan Yaonyang could not help but have serious expressions. They focused their vision and saw a figure that stood out from the rest of the fire spirit race's huge army. The fire spirit's body was burning with fire, and his entire body was bright orange-yellow after being burned. His eyes were like two small suns that were emitting dazzling light. After he revealed his aura, all the fire spirits gathered toward him. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared. The auras of the fire spirit realm warriors were merging with each other. The aura of the fire spirit realm warrior at the spirit sea realm became more vigorous. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. The key was that with the development of this change, the auras of the other fire spirits were also growing rapidly. It was as if in an instant these fire spirits all had strength that far exceeded their original level. Of course, it was impossible for strength to suddenly increase, but with the unity of will, their aura could be strengthened. This is... Wan Zhonggang's expression changed. He suddenly recalled that he had once seen a few words recorded in an ancient book. Working together with one's heart. This was not a praise, nor was it a description. It was a secret technique that belonged to the 5 elements spirit race. The 5 elements spirit race was naturally proficient in all kinds of mysterious secret techniques. Many of the spirit tattoos of the human race were obtained by the ancestors through studying the secret techniques of the 5 elements spirit race. Unity was the most powerful secret technique of the 5 elements spirit race. It did not have any power by itself, but it could allow the 5 elements spirit race to connect their auras. In this way, they could unite their will and exert strength that far exceeded their original level. Because of the special nature of the 5 elements spirit race, it was very easy to use this secret technique without too many obstacles. However, this was not easy for the human race. Every human being was an individual with a different aura. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to merge the auras of human beings. Human cultivators could also form a formation, but if they wanted to form a formation, they had to practice for a long time and countless times. Only then could they cooperate with each other at critical moments and have a tacit understanding. Compared to the five elements spirit race, the difference was not just a little. What enmity? What resentment? Wan Zhonggang looked helpless. I'm afraid these guys are crazy. Chapter 881. The fire spirit race's secret technique was powerful, but the more powerful the secret technique, the greater the price to pay. Working together could indeed connect the fire spirit race's aura, but in this way, every fire spirit race member would have to endure a pressure that exceeded their own limits. Just like now, when they used this secret technique, many fire spirit race members suddenly exploded because they were not strong enough. Even those fire spirit race members who could successfully use the secret technique would be greatly injured afterwards. The fire spirit race would not use this trump card unless they had to fight for their lives. Therefore, Wan Zhonggang was helpless. He did not know why these fire spirit race members were so crazy. However, he did not know that after being sealed for thousands of years, or even longer, these fire spirit race members had already lost their minds. Any human could arouse their strong desire to kill. Otherwise, they would not have chased Lu Yi and Parrot Chicken all the way here. Thousands of divine Sea Realm fire spirit race members gathered around him. His aura was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. The fire on his body also became more intense. Many true Lake Realm fire spirit race members also formed a formation with their clansmen. Their auras all increased dramatically. As far as the eye could see, the army of the fire spirit race that was originally like a tray of loose sand had taken on a new look at this moment. Numerous formations that included different numbers of fire spirit race clansmen were surging towards Lone Mountain City in succession. From afar, it looked like balls of fire of various sizes were approaching the myriad demon ridge's front line. On the city wall, the formation was still buzzing, but its effect was not as obvious as before. After forming a formation, each ball of fire had one or more true Lake Realm fire spirit race members as the core. The other clansmen acted as vassals, greatly increasing their ability to resist the attacks of the human race. In the fierce attacks, fire spirit race members were constantly attacked. They were torn out of the fireballs they were in and died instantly, on the spot. Balls of fire were also blown up in the air. None of the fire spirit race members who formed a formation in these fireballs were spared. However, the fire spirit race's advance suddenly accelerated. 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers, even if they suffered heavy casualties, even if they had the power to exterminate their race, it could not stop the fire spirit race's determination and pace of revenge against the human race. Just as the fire spirit race was about to charge into Lone Mountain City, a furious shout suddenly rang out. "Activate the formation!" A buzzing sound rang out, and the entire Lonely Mountain Pass quaked. The formation bases placed all over the city were activated, and a huge number of spirit stones were rapidly consumed. A curtain of light visible to the naked eye rose up, enveloping the entire Lonely Mountain Pass. The fire spirit tribe at the front was already 1 mile away from Lonely Mountain City. They were about to enter the city, but they were stopped by the formation. The huge fireball outside the formation slammed heavily into the light screen of the formation, causing it to cave in. However, it quickly recovered, and ripples spread out from the point of impact. The Grand Array here was not something that the Spirit Stream battlefield or the Cloud River battlefield could compare to. Almost all the defensive formations at the mountain passes of the two camps were made by Divine Sea Realm Array formation cultivators. Their defensive power was beyond imagination. The fireballs formed by the formation were blocked outside the formation, and no matter how the fire spirit race attacked, they couldn't break through it. However, Lonely Mountain City's attacks would not stop because of this. The defensive formation only protected the outside, but not the inside. The fire spirit race was blocked outside, but Lonely Mountain City's attacks were not affected at all. In an instant, the fire spirit race could only passively take a beating. This was the cruelty of siege warfare. The defending side had the geographical advantage, and no doubt had a huge advantage. However, if the attacking side wanted to gain something, they had to break the defensive formation as soon as possible. However, how could a formation made by Divine Sea Realm Array formation cultivators be so easy to break? Fireballs continued to attack the defensive light screen without fear of death, but the result was minimal. Instead, the formation was constantly being broken, and the fire spirit race suffered heavy casualties. Somewhere on the city wall, Lu Yi watched quietly. Suddenly, he had a strange idea. If he broke one of the formation bases of Lonely Mountain City's defensive formation, he would definitely cause a huge loss to Lonely Mountain City. As soon as he thought of this, he saw the parrot chicken looking at him from the corner of his eye. The parrot chicken seemed to have the same idea as Lu Yi. He said in a low voice, "Don't do anything rash. If you do, I will expose you even if I have to be punished by the heavens." He had no choice but to let Lu Yi enter Lonely Mountain City under his cover. However, if Lu Yi really wanted to do something he shouldn't, the parrot chicken would not sit by and do nothing. He only prayed that this battle would end quickly and that Lu Yi would get the hell out of here. He could not stay in Lonely Mountain City any longer. After this, if he could survive, he would ask for a transfer immediately. "What can I do?" Lu Yi replied casually, "You know." The parrot chicken lowered his voice. "Don't worry. I don't want to die yet. If he really attacked here, his identity would be exposed. Lonely Mountain City would suffer losses, but he would not have a good ending either." What was more, Lu Yi didn't want to do this. It was just an idea that flashed across his mind. Seeing that Lu Yi really didn't want to do this, the parrot chicken relaxed. At this moment, something else happened on the battlefield. The Divine Sea Realm Warrior of the Fire Spirit race was ready to enter the battlefield himself. Seeing that his people had suffered heavy casualties, but still could not break the humans' battle array. With him as the center, the formation was the largest in the entire battlefield. Looking at it from afar, it was no longer a fireball, but a blazing sun that had fallen from the 9 heavens. The pressure that was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate spread out. This blazing sun fell from the sky and hit the light screen of the battle array heavily. The light screen of the battle array was unable to bear the heavy pressure and caved in. Everyone's heart was in their throat, afraid that the battle array would break. Fortunately, the battle array was strong enough to withstand this blow. At the same time, the battle array on the city wall was activated and bombarded at the blazing sun, killing the fire spirit race warriors who had formed the battle array. Facing such a huge battle array, the Divine Sea Realm Warrior of the fire spirit race was powerless even if he wanted to dodge. Since he couldn't do anything, he might as well go back and watch a movie. Under the continuous bombardment of the battle array of Lonely Mountain City, the warriors who formed the battle array were dying, and the size of the blazing sun was shrinking rapidly. Boom, 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 one side kept colliding, and the other side kept bombarding without caring about the cost. "I can't hold it anymore." Wan Zhonggang had been paying attention to the strength of the defensive battle array. He saw the light screen of the battle array fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. He knew that the battle array had reached its limit. He thought for a while and made a shocking decision. Instead of waiting for the fire spirit race to break the battle array, he would rather open the battle array. At least this way, he could keep the battle array intact. Since he had made the decision, he immediately gave an order. The order given by the guard token was passed to many cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge in an instant. All the cultivators who received the order were on alert. The blazing sun was less than half of its original size, which meant that half of the fire spirit race warriors who formed the battle array had died. Even the remaining half of the fire spirit race looked dispirited. It seemed that they could not hold on for long. As the blazing sun fell again, the power of several battle arrays on the city wall was activated and bombarded at the blazing sun. As the blazing power approached, the blazing sun size was reduced again. Just as the blazing sun was about to hit the defensive battle array, the battle array's light screen suddenly disappeared. At the same time, A stream of light soared into the sky. The blood and chi in the body boiled as it collided with the blazing sun. The burly figure in the stream of light was Wan Zhonggang. Just like his name, he walked the path of a body cultivator. At his level of cultivation, the strength of his physique was not inferior to a spirit treasure. This was also the reason why he dared to face the fire spirit race's blazing sun battle array head-on. In an instant, the blazing sun and the stream of light collided. After a moment of silence, boundless power erupted. A huge wave of air spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful impact made the cultivators standing on the city wall unsteady. Wan Zhonggang roared as the flesh on his body wriggled. He stood in the air with his hands raised high. Surging spiritual power surged in his palms as he held up the blazing sun that was falling from the sky. At this moment, such a majestic appearance shook the hearts of all the cultivators who saw the scene. Crack! There was a faint sound, and Wan Zhonggang's figure suddenly fell a few meters. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The blood and chi in his body boiled, and his skin was glowing red like a cooked shrimp. Get lost! As the angry roar sounded, Wan Zhonggang suddenly pushed up and punched out with both fists. The fist shadows condensed from his blood, chi, and spiritual power bombarded the blazing sun one after another. At the same time, inside the blazing sun, the divine ocean realm cultivator of the fire spirit race also activated a secret technique and attacked Wan Zhonggang. When the violent power collided and the light exploded, all the cultivators who were watching the battle could not look at it. Boom! There was the sound of something exploding, as well as the sound of something falling. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and all of them were moved. The blazing sun had been blown up, and the people who formed the battle array with the divine ocean realm cultivator of the fire spirit race were all dead. Only the divine ocean realm cultivator survived. But at this moment he was entangled by an enchanting figure and could not escape. Tan Yangyang made a move. Her cultivation was not as high as Wan Zhonggang, but she was still in the divine ocean realm. With a long sword like water in her hand, she slashed out sword energy and fought with the divine ocean realm cultivator of the fire spirit race endlessly. On the other side, in Gushan City, Wan Zhonggang half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked dispirited and listless. Even his arms were burned at this moment. Obviously, he had suffered a lot in the previous confrontation. His breath was chaotic, and his blood and chi were weak. He looked really miserable. His body was on the verge of collapsing, as if anyone could take his life at any moment. Dozens of meters away, in the shadows, a figure that no one saw stood quietly. Her eyes glanced at Wan Zhonggang, and her eyes were as calm as water. If she did not know Wan Zhonggang's background from years of fighting, she would have been deceived by him. However, after years of fighting, they knew each other's background. Others only saw Wan Zhonggang in a sorry state, but she knew that this was mostly a disguise. Wan Zhonggang was indeed injured, but his injury could not be so serious. He was baiting her to make a move. This is even more exciting. 0. Our pigeon must be added to my favorites. Chapter 882. The volcano had erupted, and the fire spirit race had come out in full force. How could missing Moon Immortal, who was at the divine ocean realm, not notice such a huge commotion? She had chased him all the way here and sneaked into Lonely Mountain City to observe the situation. She knew in her heart that Wan Zhonggang knew that she was here, so he deliberately put on such a predatory posture to arouse her killing intent. For so many years, she had sneaked into this place many times in an attempt to kill Wan Zhonggang, but she had never succeeded. Her most successful attempt was only to severely injure Abbot Wan Zhonggang. The hatred between them that had lasted for decades was difficult to resolve. In the past, when there was not much of a chance, she would attack decisively, but today, she did not dare to act rashly. This was because she could sense the hidden danger. A qualified ghost cultivator not only had to be proficient in the art of concealment and array formation, but also had to be extremely sensitive to danger. The first two could make it easier for a ghost cultivator to kill their target, but without the latter, no matter how strong a ghost cultivator was, they would not live for long. She was undoubtedly extremely sensitive to danger. Although she did not know where Tan Tan's sense of danger came from, she understood one thing. If she attacked at this time, she would definitely not have a good ending. Wan Zhonggang ordered the removal of the protective array at the mouth of the acid. Firstly, he wanted to preserve the integrity of the array and minimize the losses as much as possible. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to lure the enemy. Compared to the fire spirit race, who were enemies on the surface, Wan Zhonggang was most vigilant against people like her who were hiding in the dark and could attack at any time. Wan Zhonggang was cunning to be able to take advantage of the situation, but she was not stupid. After waiting quietly for a moment and not sensing any killing intent, Wan Zhonggang sighed, knowing that his plan had failed. That woman's vigilance was beyond imagination. He did not reveal any flaws, but the other party did not reveal herself and only hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Wan Zhonggang did not have any good ideas about this. He stood up slowly and looked up at the battlefield in the sky. He saw that Tan Yangyang was locked in a fierce battle with the fire spirit in the divine ocean realm. He lowered his body slightly and rushed into the sky. The ground under his feet cracked, and he instantly joined the battle. With two divine ocean realm cultivators joining forces, the strongest of the fire spirit race naturally fell into a disadvantage. Even so, it was not so easy for Wan Zhonggang and Tan Yangyang to kill him. Spiritual energy surged, and soul power overflowed in all directions. The three figures crisscrossed in the air, and just the aftershocks alone were already terrifying. Spirit Sea Realm warriors had their own battlefields, and so did others. When the protective formation of Lonely Mountain City disappeared, a large number of fire spirit race took the opportunity to kill their way into the mountain pass. The cultivators of Myriad Devil Ridge did not resist the invading enemies on the city wall, because doing so would inevitably cause more casualties on their side. They chose to open up gaps and let the fire spirit race kill their way into the city. While weakening the resistance, it also allowed the cultivators in the city to take advantage of the geographical advantage. The entire Lonely Mountain City was instantly plunged into chaos. Lu Yi was also killing enemies. He cooperated with Ing Wuji and the nearby Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. Saber light flashed constantly, but as they killed, the two of them realized that something was not quite right. Not only did the number of fire spirits not show any signs of decreasing, there were even more of them. The Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who cooperated with the two of them were all killed one by one. In less than half a cup of tea's time, there was no one else around the two of them. They could only rely on each other. "Brother Niu, what's going on?" Ing Wuji was puzzled. He took the time to look elsewhere. The other positions did not suffer such fierce attacks at all. It was as if the fire spirit race had their eyes on the two of them. Strike 10 did not know what the problem was, but it was definitely related to them entering the underground karst cave. Otherwise, there was no reason for such a thing to happen. But when they entered the underground karst cave, they only collected some fire spirit stones and things that were chiseled by Erhua. They did not encounter anything special. Or was it related to the stone platform under the crater of the solid volcano? The lunar platform had the ability to test the sky, but the most important use should be to open the door to the underground bathing river. At that time, everyone had tried to use the stone platform to test their talent. If not, Lu Yi would not have been able to open the door by chance. He could not figure it out for a while, but it was an indisputable fact that the fire spirit race had their eyes on them. Split up. Lu Yi did not know if the problem was with him, Ing Wuji, or both. But if the problem was with Ing Wuji, then there was no need for him to stay here with Ing Wuji. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, cutting a path out of the crowd of fire spirit race people. "Bastard! Ingwuji cursed. He did not expect Lu Yi to do this. This was simply using him as bait. Fortunately, he had a good foundation and reacted quickly. Seeing that Lu Yi had already charged out, he immediately charged in another direction. During this time, he had encountered countless attacks, causing his spiritual power to become chaotic and his blood to tremble. The problem was not with Ingwuji, or rather, it was not completely with Ingwuji. Because even if he separated from Ingwuji, there were still a large number of fire spirit race people chasing after him. It was certain that everyone who entered the karst cave was targeted. He was like this, and so was Ingwuji. But just mining some fire spirit stones should not make the fire spirit race hold a grudge. But on second thought, these fire spirit race people seemed to have lost their minds. What they thought and what they did could not be judged by common sense. Just like this battle, if the divine sea realm cultivator of the fire spirit race had any sense, he would not have continued to stay. He would have given the order to retreat long ago. Lu Yi did not know what a normal fire spirit race person was like, but this group of fire spirit race people was definitely abnormal. The city was in chaos. There were many cultivators fighting with the fire spirit race. Lu Ye's figure flitted back and forth. He did not stay in one place for too long to avoid being surrounded. Like this, he killed enemies as he moved. He was able to persevere. In this kind of battlefield, true lake realm cultivators undoubtedly had more life-saving abilities. The ones who died the most were still Cloud River realm cultivators. As for the Spirit Stream realm cultivators who came here to gain merit and make plans for the future, they could only play a limited role. They could only defend in groups. It was already good enough that they did not cause trouble for others. Flames wrapped around the mountain pan saber. With the support of the double-edge spirit pattern, the thick, black saber became unparalleled in sharpness. It cut open the bodies of one fire spirit race person after another. Suddenly, a great sense of danger rose in his heart, as if a great threat was approaching. When Lu Yi looked up, he saw an aggressive fire spirit race member pouncing towards him. The fire spirit race member's eyes were like torches, his expression was crazed, and the aura on his body was violent. It was a true lake stage fire spirit race member. From the strength of his aura, he was about a true lake realm fire spirit race cultivator. Lu Yi naturally had no intention of fighting with such a great enemy. It hadn't been long since he reached the true lake realm, so he hadn't fought with other true lake realm cultivators yet. He still wasn't sure where his bottom line was, but a fire spirit race 7th order true lake realm cultivator was definitely beyond his ability to deal with. It was not that he had not encountered fire spirit race cultivators before, but they were all led to the true lake realm cultivators of 10,000 Demons Ridge. Those true lake realm cultivators of 10,000 Demons Ridge were also careful. After noticing that he was a true lake realm cultivator, they did not even need to call for help. They took the initiative to block the enemy. This saved him a lot of trouble. When Lu Yi discovered this fire spirit race cultivator, the other party was already in front of him. He threw a punch at Lu Yi. Flames burned on this fist, burning the void. Lu Yi held his saber in front of him, trying to block this blow. But the moment the other party's attack was about to reach him, it suddenly became extremely fierce. Even his originally impressive aura had increased tremendously at this moment. Lu Ye's pupils shrank. This guy was not a 7th order cultivator. He was a 9th order cultivator. These fire spirit race cultivators had indeed lost their minds, but their bone, deep combat experience was still there. Showing weakness to the enemy before suddenly attacking was the most common trick in battle. By the time Lu Yi realized this, it was already too late. The mountain ascending saber in front of him let out a clanging sound as its thick blade was bent, showing just how powerful this punch was. On Lu Ye's chest, the defensive spirit inscription that had just formed shattered. The violent force passed through the bent saber and hit his chest. In an instant, Lu Ye's blood and qi surged, and he felt his heart stop for a moment. His body flew high into the air like a broken kite. While he was in midair, many nearby fire spirit race cultivators pounced on him with ferocious expressions. Lu Yi hurriedly stabilized his body and slashed out a few saber lights with his mountain ascending saber, killing the fire spirit race cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Landing on the ground in a sorry state, a mouthful of blood rushed to his head. In the end, he could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just one punch had almost seriously injured him. At the last moment, if he had not used part of the power of the inch vanquishing man one epic H-strike, it would have been hard to say whether he would live or die under this punch. But the crisis had just begun. When he landed, Lu Yi saw the Fire Spirit Clan's expert charging towards him again. Facing such a strong enemy, turning around and fleeing was no longer the best way. Leaving his back to the enemy would only lead to a faster death. But facing such a strong enemy, what were his chances of winning in a head-on confrontation? Although it was a little unreasonable, Lu Yi could only hope that the true Lake Realm cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge would discover his situation and come to his rescue as soon as possible. But under his perception, he was already surrounded by the Fire Spirit Race cultivators, and there was no trace of the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. This trip was a failure. He might have to use that treasure to save his life. Compared to the pain of his injuries, Lu Ye's heart was bleeding. That treasure was a special reward from Tianji after he returned from Wushuang Continent. It was worth a total of 200,000 battle merits. It would be a waste to use it here. Moreover, once he used that treasure, he would be the center of attention. At that time, his identity might even be exposed. Therefore, unless it was a life and death crisis, he would not use it easily. Mobile users, please browse. Chapter 883. Inside Lone Mountain City, the battle was like fire and tea. Fire Spirit tribe members were constantly being killed. Although the Fire Spirit tribe members that had been sealed for countless years were huge in number, they had lost their minds and were in a mess. No matter how many of them there were, they were like a sheet of loose sand. On the other hand, although the Myriad Demon Ridge had been ambushed in a hurry and Lone Mountain City hadn't been in a war for many years, the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators' combat skills were still there. The difference between the two sides was obvious. Although the Myriad Demon Ridge had suffered many casualties, how could there be no casualties in a war? As long as the front line remained stable, Lone Mountain City would not be lost, and the number of casualties would be within an acceptable range. Such a great war might not be a bad thing for Lone Mountain City. At the very least, it could serve as a training ground for the cultivators who still had beautiful fantasies about the battlefield to see the cruelty of war. If the Grand Heaven Alliance attacked again, they would definitely be able to do better. After the initial chaos, the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators stabilized their mentality. The strong would protect the weak, and the weak would try their best to fight the enemy. High up in the sky, Wanzhong had just joined forces with Tan Yao and the others to fight the Fire Spirit Tribe's divine Sea Realm cultivators. In the shadows of a section of the city wall, a figure was lying in wait. Although she knew that there was a trap set by the Myriad Demon Ridge, how could a bold person leave so easily? She was still waiting for an opportunity, but as she waited, she discovered something strange. What happened was that in a battle 30 went away from her, a first-order true Lake Realm cultivator wearing a mask was surrounded by a group of Fire Spirit Race cultivators. The leader of the Fire Spirit Race even revealed the aura of a ninth-order true Lake Realm cultivator. Although that person was desperately defending against the enemy, the situation was precarious. It wouldn't be long before he lost his life on the spot. This kid, why is he here? Even though thought Moon Immortal was a divine Sea Realm cultivator, she looked as if she had seen a ghost and her emotions were in chaos. The moment Ing Wu Ji saw Lu Yi, he determined Lu Ye's identity. In the end, if Lu Yi had not shown him the Myriad Demon Ridge battlefield mark, Ing Wu Ji would have believed it was him. This face mask will only make it more conspicuous. If Ing Wu Ji could recognize Lu Yi, how could she, who was a divine Sea Realm cultivator, be wrong? What's more, by relying on spiritual will, the missing moon immortal could clearly understand. Earth sense omniscient, that hot aura and spiritual energy fluctuation, plus that pitch-black long blade. Isn't this Lu Yi? Who could it be? But she couldn't figure out why Lu Yi was in Lonely Mountain City. Did he run in with his tongue in his mouth? Not to mention that Lu Yi didn't have the ability to break into such a chaotic scene. Even if they had the ability, the people of the Myriad Demon Ridge were not blind. It was impossible for them not to verify their identities. As for sneaking in, that was even more impossible. If it was so easy to sneak in, the defensive line of the Myriad Devil Ridge would have been riddled with holes. Especially because of what she had done over the years, the defense of the Lonely Mountain Pass was getting better day by day. She was able to sneak in safely and even hide in the shadows waiting to strike. That was because she was very capable. She could do it, but it did not mean that other ghost cultivators could do it. Moreover, as far as she knew, Lu Yi was a weapon cultivator. So, she never thought that she would see Lu Yi in Lonely Mountain City. Moreover, this kid was fighting openly with the fire spirit race here, putting her in a tight spot. He couldn't deal with a fire spirit race 9th order true Lake Realm cultivator alone, let alone the other fire spirit race cultivators surrounding him. This kid is going to die. In an instant, Thought Moon Immortal made this judgment in her heart. She had guarded Blue Flame Mountain alone for decades and had long cut off all contact with the outside world. In this world, there was only one person who could contact her. If it were someone else, Thought Moon Immortal wouldn't care about their life or death. But for her to watch Lu Yi die here, in the encirclement of the fire spirit race cultivators, Lu Yi spat out blood again. The palm of his right hand, holding the blade, was torn. The difference in cultivation was too great. He was indeed no match for them. If it were an ordinary first order, true Lake Realm cultivator, he would have died many times over. He could only survive until now with his powerful foundation, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he still couldn't protect that treasure. As for how to hide his identity after using it, there was no need to think about it. Once he used it, he would definitely attract the attention of everyone. He had to escape from here as soon as possible. Just as he was about to use the treasure, a sharp blade suddenly shot out from the darkness. Feather 3 flashed, circled around Lu Ye's position, and then disappeared. The attacker's exquisite control over his own strength was evident. But at the same time that the blade disappeared, the fire spirit race cultivators surrounding Lu Yi all froze in place. Even the fire spirit race 9th order, true Lake Realm cultivator wasn't spared. While Lu Shir was in a daze, the fire spirit race cultivator was cut in half at the waist. From the wound, magma-like blood gushed out and burned in all directions. Who is it? Lu Yi was slightly shocked. He didn't notice any signs of anyone attacking just now. The closest Myriad Demons Ridge cultivator to him was a few dozen meters away. But this situation clearly showed that someone had secretly helped him. Looking at that blade, it seemed to be a flying sword. To be able to kill so many fire spirit race cultivators in one blow, and even a true Lake Realm 9th order true Lake Realm cultivator was so weak. There was no doubt that the attacker was a divine sea realm cultivator. That fire spirit race divine sea realm cultivator, who was trembling in midair with Tan Yanyang, couldn't possibly save him. Was there a divine sea realm cultivator hiding in Myriad Demons Ridge? Why was he hiding? What was he trying to do? Almost as soon as this thought appeared in Lu Ye's mind, two powerful auras suddenly rose from within Lonely Mountain City. Like a sleeping dragon waking up, a tyrannical pressure spread in all directions. Immediately after, a fierce battle broke out a few hundred meters away. Spiritual energy surged in all directions, and the seemingly sturdy houses collapsed in an instant. During this time, there was the faint sound of swords ringing out. In the sky, Yuanzhang, who was fighting the divine ocean realm fire spirit race together with Tan Yanyan, sensed something. He looked down and saw 3 figures entangled with each other somewhere below. One of them was very charming and beautiful. Her face was as cold as ice, and the mole under the corner of her eye added a hint of cold charm. He would recognize this figure even if she turned into ashes. Missing Moon Immortal. Fire Spirit Race roared, "Since you're here, don't leave." Just as he'd expected, this woman was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack him. When he'd learned that a large number of fire spirits had surged out of the volcano on Mount Ash and were about to break through, he'd sent a message to the 2 nearby mountains and invited 2 helpers. It was to guard against the missing Moon Immortal, and at the same time to set up a trap. He'd pretended to be weak just now, and failed to incite the other party's killing intent. He had no choice but to continue attacking and cooperate with Tan Yanyan. However, the missing Moon Immortal hadn't shown herself, and there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he'd kept his composure and had the 2 helpers hide in the dark to search for the missing Moon Immortal's whereabouts. Now, they'd discovered something. However, he didn't know that if he hadn't seen Lu Yi in danger and helped him, the missing Moon Immortal would never have been exposed. After she attacked, she quickly changed her position, but her opponent still managed to track her. This was because the 2 divine sea realm cultivators that Fire Spirit Race had invited were both ghost cultivators. Only ghost cultivators were most familiar with the ways of ghost cultivators. Using them against the missing Moon Immortal was the best choice. I'll leave it to you. After Fire Spirit Race said this to Tan Yanyan, he leaned over and rushed down. Although the divine sea realm cultivator from the Fire Spirit Race was not weak, he had been seriously injured by the joint attack of Fire Spirit Race and Tan Yanyan. At this moment, Tan Yanyan alone could deal with him, but it would take some time. On the battlefield below, the missing Moon Immortal's whereabouts had already been revealed. Her figure was as light as a butterfly. Although she was fighting against 2, she was not at a disadvantage. She was even fighting against the 2 ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators were good at hiding and attacking. Fighting the enemy head-on was not their strength. Under such a head-on confrontation, the ghost cultivators' abilities would be weakened by at least 10% to 20%. However, the missing Moon Immortal was not just a ghost cultivator. She was also a sword cultivator. This was the reason why she was so confident that she could suppress one person for several decades. She could hide and attack, and she could also fight the enemy head-on. In the entire 9 provinces, only the missing Moon Immortal could cultivate 2 sword cultivators to such a level. The sword light around her was dazzling, and the sword energy was like a forest cutting through the void. If it were any other time, she would definitely teach these 2 myriad demons, Ridge, ghost, cultivators how to behave. However, at this time and place, she could not stay for long. When she noticed that one Zhanggang had already attacked, she had already flown out with her sword and turned into a sword light to escape into the distance. Wishful thinking. Wan Zhanggang roared. Such a good opportunity like today might not be encountered once in decades. He was not afraid of a thief stealing, but he was afraid of a thief thinking about it. Being attacked by a ghost cultivator and sword cultivator like missing Moon Immortal. Grand Cultivator Earth had been watching over him for decades. One could imagine how much pressure Wan Zhanggang was under. Therefore, no matter what, he must get rid of this woman today. The qi and blood all over his body burned crazily, like a meteorite falling from the sky. He smashed into the escape route of missing Moon Immortal. The dense sword light shattered with a bang, revealing the figure of missing Moon Immortal wrapped in it. When a muffled groan sounded, another sword light slashed out like a waterfall. The figure falling from the sky was cut out, and blood splattered in midair. In the blink of an eye, Wan Zhonggang stabilized his body again. There was a deep sword wound on his chest that was dripping with blood. In that instant of exchange, whether it was him or Missing Moon Immortal, both of them had walked through the gates of hell. It could be seen how dangerous it was. However, he did not care at all. His body was wrapped in a ball of bloody light as he chased forward. He shouted angrily, "Missing Moon Immortal, you must die today." I said so. Behind him, two phantom-like figures drifted and flickered indeterminately as they followed, closely behind him. The three divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge had joined forces to chase after him. This unforeseen event stunned all the cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge. Outside the battlefield of Missing Moon Immortal and the two ghost cultivators, Ingwuji leaned against a wall with a pale face, shivering like a crane without a nest in the cold winter. Fortunately, he was lucky. If the three divine Sea Realm cultivators were a little closer to him, he would have been killed by the aftershocks. Brother Shen Zhongqing walked on the road. When he met people he knew, he would greet them or nod to them. But no matter who it was, no one had any extra expression on their faces. It was as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Shen Zhongqing was already used to it, because this was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin Empire. Their main duty was to kill demons and monsters. Of course, they also had some other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with a lot of blood. When a person was used to life and death, they would become indifferent to many things. When he first came to this world, Shen Zhongqing was not used to it, but as time passed he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Department was very big. Those who could stay in the Demon Suppression Department were all powerful experts or people who had the potential to become experts. Shen Zhongqing belonged to the latter. Among them, the Demon Suppression Department was divided into two occupations. One was the Guardian, the other was the Demon Slayer. Anyone who entered the Demon Suppression Department would start from the lowest level, the Demon Slayer. Then, they would advance step by step and finally have the chance to become a Guardian. Shen Zhongqing's previous life was an apprentice Demon Slayer in the Demon Suppression Department. He was also the lowest level Demon Slayer. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Department. It did not take long for Shen Zhongqing to stop in front of a pavilion. Different from the other places in the Demon Suppression Department that were filled with killing intent, this pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the Demon Suppression Department that was filled with blood, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this time, the pavilion's door was open. Occasionally, people would enter and leave. Shen Zhongqing only hesitated for a moment before stepping in. Entering the pavilion, the environment suddenly changed. A burst of ink, mixed with a faint smell of blood, assaulted his senses. His brows instinctively furrowed, but they quickly smoothed out. The smell of blood on everyone in the Demon Suppression Department was almost impossible to wash clean. Chapter 884. Ingwuji had survived a disaster, and so had Lu Yi. At this moment he stood where he was, looking at the three figures that were quickly disappearing into the distance with a serious expression. Just now, he had been secretly helped by a powerful cultivator and escaped from a life and death crisis. He instinctively thought that it was a powerful cultivator from the Myriad Demons Ridge. But at this moment, how could he not know that it was not someone from the Myriad Demons Ridge who helped, but the Missing Moon Immortal who was hiding in the dark? There was no need to investigate why the Mountain Pass Master was here. It must be because the commotion here was too big that she was attracted here. After learning about the Missing Moon Immortal from his second senior sister, Lu Yi knew that she was an extremely powerful ghost cultivator. If a ghost cultivator like her wanted to hide, the Myriad Demons Ridge might not be able to find her. But at this moment she had been exposed. Thinking about what happened just now, Lu Yi immediately understood that he had dragged her down. The Missing Moon Immortal must have recognized him. Seeing that he was in trouble, she secretly helped him. As a result, the divine sea realm cultivators of the myriad demons, Ridge, saw through her. He turned to look around. The battle here had basically stabilized. The strongest divine sea realm cultivator of the Fire Spirit clan was seriously injured and entangled with Tan Yang. He could not escape easily. The other Fire Spirit clan members had also suffered heavy casualties. It was only a matter of time before the myriad demons, Ridge, obtained the final victory. It was noisy and chaotic. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion caused by the divine sea realm cultivators. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lu Yi hurriedly activated the concealment spirit tattoo and quickly rushed out of the city. The missing moon immortal was indeed powerful, but she was fighting 1 against 3. She might not have a good ending. He had to follow and see the situation. Although the battle of the divine sea realm was too far away for him, he had dragged the missing moon immortal down. He could not leave her alone. Normally, it was not easy to enter and leave the lone mountain pass. But now that the protective array was closed, the city was in chaos. Who would have thought that a Grand Heaven Alliance cultivator would secretly leave? Everything went smoothly. Only when he was far away from the noisy battlefield did Lu Yi remove the concealment spirit tattoo. A pair of wings spread out behind him, and he turned into a flame, chasing after the traces of the battle. Judging from the direction that the Thought Moon Immortal was fleeing towards, she should be heading towards the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass. However, the 2 mountain passes were thousands of miles apart. Even if a divine sea realm cultivator were to fly over, it would still take some time. Furthermore, there was no one at Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass. Even if Thought Moon Immortal returned to Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass, she would not have any helpers. In such a situation, her best choice was to flee to the Haotian Alliance's pass that was close to the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass. That was the only way she could get help from the divine sea realm warriors of the Haotian Alliance. But Lu Yi did not know why she did not do so. It was very likely that she did not have any friendly relations with her neighbors, or that the enemy had sealed off her escape route, forcing her to flee to the Ash Flame Mountain Pass. A few dozen kilometers ahead, intense spiritual energy fluctuations came from that direction, and the powerful aftershocks swept out in all directions like ripples. Lu Ye's heart sank. What he was worried about still happened. Thought Moon Immortal did not manage to escape. Logically speaking, since she was a sword cultivator, her speed was naturally unparalleled. It was impossible for her to not be able to escape. Now that she had been caught, it meant that the enemy must have activated some kind of secret technique. Thinking back to the scene of Wan Zhonggang being chased by a ball of bloody light, Lu Yi realized that he had underestimated this guy's determination to kill Thought Moon Immortal. That ball of bloody light wrapped around Wan Zhonggang was undoubtedly some kind of secret technique that could increase one's speed. Previously, he had seen Ingwuji activate a similar secret technique in the Taimong Mountains. But at that time, Ingwuji had used it to escape. With a heavy heart, he approached the battlefield, carefully concealing his presence and hiding his tracks. When he looked up, he saw 4 figures engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. A sea of swords stood like clouds and mist, forming a majestic sword array. Flying swords shuttled back and forth. In the sea of swords, Thought Moon Immortal's figure stood proudly. The strong Wan Zhonggang and the other 2 ghost cultivators attacked continuously, but were forced back by the sharp flying swords. The 3 divine sea realm cultivators, no matter who it was, were all covered in blood. Clearly, they had been injured by the flying swords. Lu Yi could not tell what kind of sword array Thought Moon Immortal had set up, but such a powerful sword array must have consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, there were traces of blood at the corner of Thought Moon Immortal's mouth. She must have been injured. The situation did not seem good. Thought Moon Immortal's current state was clearly one of defense. It would not be easy for the enemy to break through the defense of the sword array. However, if she did not have the protection of the sword array, she would probably be doomed. In such a situation, the enemy only needed to slowly exhaust her strength. Sooner or later, the sword array would collapse, and then it would be her death. He had to think of a way, not to mention that Thought Moon Immortal was now his immediate superior. She had only been exposed because she had saved him. Lu Yi could not watch her go to the end of the road. Before Thought Moon Immortal saved him, she must have known the consequences, but she still did it. The battle in the sky was still intense. Lu Yi no longer hesitated. He took out Hu Pa from his spirit beast pouch and summoned Yi. At the same time, he raised his hands and pressed them on their bodies. His spirit energy surged, and a spirit inscription was constructed on the spirit and tiger. At the mouth of the volcano in Ash Flame Mountain, Lu Yi finally lit up the spirit inscription he had been longing for months. In the end, he found that it was not the void spirit inscription he had been looking forward to, but a somewhat useless spirit inscription. Simulated pressure. This spirit inscription did not have any substantial effect. It could only be used to simulate a powerful pressure. The strength of the pressure depended on how much spirit energy was injected into it. This spirit inscription could not bring about an increase in Lu Ye's strength. Coupled with the fact that his expectations had failed, he only felt that this spirit inscription was extremely useless. However, in the current situation, it was unrealistic to fight the enemy head-on. The difference in strength was obvious. If he, a first-order True Lake Realm cultivator, wanted to intervene in a battle between divine Sea Realm cultivators, he might not even have a corpse left. Whether or not he could repel the enemy really depended on whether this spirit inscription had any effect. Lu Yi had never used this spirit inscription before, so no one knew what kind of effect it would have. At this moment, he could only try everything he could. Lu Yi briefly explained to Yi and Hu Pa, letting them understand the purpose of this spirit inscription. The spirit and tiger immediately understood Lu Ye's plan. After spending so much time together, they already had a tacit understanding of each other. Hu Pa immediately turned around and ran in a certain direction. Yi also dove into the ground and followed closely behind Hu Pa. He couldn't use the simulated pressure from this position. If he was too close, it would be easy for him to be seen through. Only by running further away and making it impossible for the enemy to see what was real and what was false could this spirit inscription display its miraculous effect. After Hu Pa and Yi left, Lu Yi continued to move forward quietly. Normally, if he, a True Lake Realm cultivator, wanted to approach a divine Sea Realm cultivator, his whereabouts would have been exposed. However, at this moment, the 4 people in the sky were fighting fiercely. Who would have the extra energy to pay attention to their surroundings? This gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. "I'll charge. You two look for an opportunity." However, Wan Zhonggang was getting impatient. He had no choice but to be impatient. Even though he knew that Nian Yuxian's fate would be sealed if he continued to wear her down, the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. If Nian Yuxian sent a message to ask for help, the experts of the Grand Heaven Alliance would quickly rush over. This time, he paid a huge price to trap this woman here. If he didn't take this opportunity to kill her, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity in the future. Therefore, someone had to be responsible for breaking Thought Moon Immortal's sword array. He was a physique cultivator and the leader of this battle. Naturally, he was the best candidate. Be careful! A myriad devil ridge, ghost, cultivator warned. Wan Zhonggang roared furiously. His entire body's blood seemed to be on fire as he charged towards the sword array. The sound of the air being pierced was endless. The sword radiance was cold and sharp. Even a divine Sea Realm physique cultivator, like Wan Zhonggang, couldn't block the killing power of a sword cultivator. When he charged towards the sword array, his entire body was covered in blood and wounds. He gritted his teeth and didn't retreat. His entire body was like a huge sun as he charged into the sword array. The sword array's power exploded, slicing his flesh and blood. However, as he approached, the orderly sword radiance also became chaotic. How could the two ghost cultivators miss such a good opportunity? They attacked from the left and right. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Nianyu Immortal, who was in charge of the sword formation. She did not care about the two ghost cultivators who were attacking her. She used all her strength, and the boundless sword light suddenly converged. She wanted to perish together with Wan Zhonggang. Seeing her so determined, Wan Zhonggang's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. One of the two ghost cultivators who were attacking Thought Moon Immortal at the same time couldn't help but rush to Wan Zhonggang's side and resist the power of this sword radiance together with him. At this moment, the shocking sword radiance split into two. Not good. Wan Zhonggang shouted. He saw through Thought Moon Immortal's plan. Perishing together with him was just an illusion. Her target was only one of the ghost cultivators. When the sword radiance fell, the four figures were all in a sorry state. Wan Zhonggang and the ghost cultivator beside him resisted the power of the sword radiance. Their bodies, which were already riddled with scars, became even more miserable. The ghost cultivator beside him also groaned. As for the other ghost cultivator, he was almost split into two and died on the spot. Although he barely escaped, he was also covered in cold sweat. He was seriously injured at that time. With her own strength, she injured 3 divine Sea Realm cultivators from Myriad Demon's Ridge. The strength of Thought Moon Immortal was obvious. However, this was the only way. After that sword radiance, Thought Moon Immortal's clothes were dyed red with blood. Her body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Her face was as pale as paper. Die! Wan Zhonggang roared. He didn't care about his serious injuries and rushed towards Thought Moon Immortal. Before he arrived, he had already punched out. The shadow of a fist formed by the mixture of spiritual power and qi and blood broke through the air. Faced with such a punch, Thought Moon Immortal sensed the danger, but she didn't have the strength to resist. Seeing that he was about to get rid of this great enemy that had been pestering him for decades, Wan Zhonggang suddenly caught a glimpse of a flaming figure from the corner of his eyes. He scooped up Thought Moon Immortal's body and spread out a pair of fiery red wings on his back. He immediately fled into the distance. The shadow of the fist hit empty air, but the aftermath of the explosion hit the figure that suddenly appeared like a violent storm, causing him to be thrown back and forth. Wan Zhonggang was so angry that he laughed, because this guy who suddenly appeared was only a first-order true Lake Realm cultivator. Mobile users, please browse. Chapter 885. As her consciousness drifted, an indistinct face appeared in Thought Moon Immortal's blurred vision. Although she couldn't see it clearly no matter how hard she tried, the resolute expression on his face perfectly matched the scene in her memory. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to several decades ago. At that time, someone had rescued her when she was in danger and held her in his arms. That moment of warmth brought about a yearning that she hadn't forgotten even after several decades. She gently reached out a hand and stroked that indistinct face. It was as if she had really returned to several decades ago. Wah! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out and covered her beautiful face with warm blood. Thought Moon Immortal's pupils suddenly shrank. Her dream was interrupted several decades ago. After that person saved her, he went on a killing spree. Enemies that she couldn't contend against were as weak as paper in front of him, while powerful enough to suppress an era. Several decades later, the person who saved her from a similar crisis was only a first-order true Lake Realm cultivator. In her other hand, she suddenly tightened her grip on the sword hilt. She was about to circulate her spirit energy, but a heart-wrenching pain came from all over her body. She couldn't help but let out a soft groan as half of the strength she had just mustered dissipated. "You're courting death," Wan Zhonggang roared and punched out again. However, the power of this punch was undoubtedly much weaker than the previous one. He had gathered his strength for the previous punch but this one was a hasty one. Furthermore, Thought Moon Immortal's injuries were heavy, but he was also heavily injured. The dense sword array wasn't easy to break through. However, it was enough. In his perception, Thought Moon Immortal had almost lost the ability to resist. As for this First Order, True Lake Realm cultivator who had jumped out of nowhere, he definitely couldn't block his attack. Even if it was a hasty attack, it was still a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. How could a True Lake Realm cultivator block it? However, in the next moment, Wan Zhonggang saw an unforgettable scene. He seemed to have sensed the danger behind him and hurriedly turned around. He held the long saber in front of him and madly poured his spirit energy into the saber. The pitch-black Pan Mountain blade began to burn. In the next instant, the fiery red spirit energy that enveloped the Pan Mountain blade spread out in all directions as if it had a life of its own. It twisted and transformed into countless yin and yang energies that quickly merged with each other. In the blink of an eye, with the Pan Shan blade as the center, a circular spirit pattern had already formed. That spirit pattern was even more complicated than the void. He had spent quite some time at the mouth of Mount Ash Flames volcano. Other than the simulated power, he had activated 6 other spirit inscriptions. All of them required dozens of tree leaves to carry. It could be said that if he didn't open for 3 years, he would be able to eat for 3 years. He had carefully investigated the specific effects of these 7 spirit inscriptions. But because he had been with Ingwu Ji and the others during this time, he had not tested them himself. However, at this moment, he could only use one of the spiritual inscriptions. Gecko. This was the core spiritual pattern of the countermeasure formation, which could reflect the enemy's attack to a certain extent. It was especially effective against attacks that left one's body. Using it as a spiritual pattern alone would not be as effective as the countermeasure formation, but it was still a method for the weak to defeat the strong. Moreover, in order to increase the stability of the spiritual pattern, he had used the Pan Mountain blade as a medium to execute Gecko. It should not shatter with just a touch. The fist formed by the mixture of chi, blood, and spirit energy slammed into the spiritual pattern, causing a violent and irresistible force to sweep over. His heart was in his throat as he frantically poured his spirit energy into Gecko to maintain its stability. The Pan Mountain blade let out a painful sound. Fortunately, he had already found Master Yu to upgrade the Pan Mountain blade to the level of a magic tool. Otherwise, the Pan Mountain blade would have shattered under this attack. He felt as if he was standing in front of a tsunami that could destroy everything. Under his nervous gaze, the Gecko did not shatter immediately. This made him feel at ease. The spirit tattoos that could only be carried by dozens of leaves were indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he could clearly sense that when the 10,000 zhang heart attack came, the spirit tattoos were quickly activated. The attack that was reflected back offset a part of the power of the fist shadows. In a short instant, it felt as if a year had passed. The Gecko lunar spirit pattern shattered. The difference in strength was too great. Although the Gecko lunar spirit pattern had a miraculous effect, it could not really turn danger into safety. Fortunately, he had already foreseen this scene and hurriedly constructed defensive spiritual patterns in front of him. In the blink of an eye, 3 layers of defensive spiritual patterns were spread out. The defensive spiritual patterns could not block the attack of Gecko lunar spirit pattern. When the defensive spiritual pattern shattered, he was about to use his last life-saving method when a long sword suddenly emitted light and shattered the powerful fist shadow. He hurriedly looked down and saw that Nian Yuxian's eyes were blurred. She looked like she was about to faint from her heavy injuries. The attack just now was just her instinctive counterattack. This would not do. Although he still had life-saving methods, he could only protect himself. Moreover, his speed was far inferior to a divine sea realm cultivator. Nian Yuxian would definitely die. There was still no movement from Yi and Hupa. The time was too short. The two of them should not have reached the designated location yet. It was unrealistic to expect them to come to the rescue. This time, he really had to make a Hail Mary effort. "Sir, don't block it." Seeing that Gecko lunar spirit pattern was about to attack again, he made up his mind and grabbed one of Nian Yuxian's hands. In the next instant, their fingers interlocked. The Pan Mountain saber pierced out with a sharp blade light. The groggy Nian Yuxian did not know what to do at all. However, her powerful senses could feel the urgency and sincerity in his heart. Therefore, although she instinctively rejected it, she did not stop it. There was a pain on the back of his hand. The Pan Mountain saber pierced through their interlocked hands. Fresh blood gushed out and mixed together. With a thought, the fresh blood turned into a bloody light. As if it had a mind of its own, it climbed onto the back of their hands and quickly turned into a small spiritual pattern. When the spiritual pattern was combined, it looked almost the same as the pattern he had obtained from his master. They both looked like a pair of wings. However, at this moment, this pair of wings appeared on the back of their hands. The wings on the back of his hand were on the left. The wings on Nian Yuxian's hand were on the right. Flying rainbow phoenixes. There were many types of spiritual patterns, other than ordinary spiritual patterns like defense and sharpness. There were also divine patterns like charm that needed to be activated with spiritual sense. Strictly speaking, flying rainbow phoenixes should belong to the blood pattern of spiritual patterns because it needed to be activated with fresh blood. The blood-stained spiritual pattern that he had used several times before could also be considered a type of blood pattern. There was another spiritual pattern that corresponded to flying rainbow phoenixes. Spiritual connection. Flying rainbow phoenixes was a blood pattern and spiritual connection was a divine pattern. Neither of them were ordinary spiritual patterns. They were also two of the 7 new spiritual patterns that had been activated this time. They could be used alone or at the same time. They could be considered the 2 most unique spiritual patterns obtained from the talent tree. They seemed to be able to be combined perfectly. Spiritual connection could allow 2 people to communicate with each other. The requirement to use it was even stricter than flying rainbow phoenixes. It required absolute trust in each other because once it was successfully used, there would be no secrets between them. If spiritual connection could allow 2 people to communicate with each other, then flying rainbow phoenixes targeted the physical body. 2 people who were branded with spiritual patterns shared everything about their physical bodies. The moment this spiritual pattern was successfully constructed, he could clearly feel the terrifying foundation of the woman in his arms. He could also deeply feel the severity of her injuries. Her injuries were more serious than they seemed on the surface. In an instant, he felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. His already injured body suddenly became much more serious. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. It was Wan Zhonggang who saw that he couldn't kill Nian Yuxian, so he pounced forward again and threw a punch at a close distance. Wan Zhonggang raised his saber and slashed down. Under this attack, Wan Zhonggang looked as if he had seen a ghost because this attack wasn't something that a first-order true lake realm cultivator could produce. The moment the saber and fist collided, Wan Zhonggang was forced back. The mountain coiling saber also let out a crisp sound. This long saber that had been with him since he was a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator actually had several cracks visible to the naked eye. The saber trembled. If there was a next time, the mountain coiling saber would be completely shattered. Not only that, his saber-wielding right arm was also torn and blood spurted out. Borrowing the power of the flight of the colored phoenixes, he slashed out an attack that didn't belong to his cultivation. His physical body couldn't withstand it, so he naturally had to pay a certain price. Wan Zhonggang was forced back, but another ghost cultivator attacked from the side. Among the 2 ghost cultivators, one of them was severely injured by Nian Yuxian and almost lost the ability to fight. However, the other ghost cultivator still had the strength to fight. holding the saber in his hand, his cold gaze locked onto the erratic figure of the ghost cultivator. He endured all kinds of discomfort and poured his spirit energy into the mountain-coiling saber. The pitch-black saber hummed, as if it was bidding farewell to its owner. "I'll do it." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Looking down, he happened to meet Nian Yuxian's clear eyes. The brilliance in her eyes was extremely complicated, because in just a short period of time, she experienced something that even a spirit sea realm cultivator like her couldn't understand. She knew that she was proficient in spirit runes, but in her knowledge, no matter how proficient she was in spirit runes, she was only a true lake realm cultivator. How profound could the spirit runes she displayed be? Until the appearance of the flight of the colored phoenixes, the moment the spirit rune was successfully drawn, she could clearly feel her injuries. She also felt an unimaginable amount of vitality in her body. She didn't dare to imagine that a first-order, true lake realm cultivator could have such a huge amount of vitality in her body. In her perception, it was as if there was a sun hidden in her body. The light and heat from the sun were the flow of vitality. At this moment, under the effect of the flight of the colored phoenixes, the huge amount of vitality was endlessly flowing into her body. She, who was originally in a daze, regained some strength. Chapter 886. The trip to the soaring dragon realm had allowed Lu Yi to obtain the broken source of a world and come back from the dead. What he possessed was not just the ability to imprint on the source. He also possessed an unimaginably large amount of vitality. Hua Xiai had once felt the magnificence of this vitality. As a wood element medical cultivator, Hua Xiai was extremely sensitive to vitality. At that time, she had sensed that the vitality in Lu Ye's body was not inferior to that of a spirit sea realm cultivator. In fact, it was even stronger. Even if it was broken, it was still the source of a world. How could an individual cultivator compare to it? However, most of the vitality was hidden in the source and was not obvious. What Hua Xiai sensed was only a part of it. Compared to the whole, it was insignificant. If this insignificant part was comparable to a spirit sea realm cultivator, one could imagine how terrifying the vitality was. At this moment, under the support of the flying colored phoenixes, the terrifying vitality flowed continuously from Lu Ye's body into the Thought Moon Immortal's body. She, who had fallen unconscious due to her heavy injuries, regained consciousness. Not only that, even the pain on her body was not as obvious. She was shocked. She really could not understand how Lu Yi, a first-order, true lake realm cultivator, could possess such a large amount of vitality. Even if he was from the monster race, he should not have such vitality. The current situation did not allow her to think too much. After speaking softly, her eyes turned cold again. She raised her sword and waved it. A dense sword light flashed. The scene looked a little strange. Lu Yi held the almost broken mountain coiling saber in one hand, while his other hand went through the Thought Moon Immortal's waist and grabbed her jade hand. At the same time, he pulled her in front of him. The Thought Moon Immortal waved her sword and slashed repeatedly. The sword light crisscrossed as she fought with the two enemies. Feeling the power of a battle between spirit sea realm cultivators at such a close distance, Lu Ye's chest was so tight that he could barely breathe. It was also because he had taken half of the damage for the Thought Moon Immortal. At this moment, although he could display power that did not belong to him, his realm was too low. It was really difficult for him to intervene. In such a battle, he simply let go of his body and mind and let the Thought Moon Immortal do whatever she wanted. In an instant, he felt his body drift and was out of control. "It's you." In the midst of the fierce battle, Wan Zhonggang finally realized where the problem was, and his gaze suddenly turned to Lu Yi. Just now, Thought Moon Immortal had clearly looked like she was about to die, so there was no reason for her to suddenly be so lively. And the root of all the changes was that Lu Yi had suddenly raised her knife and pierced through their interlocked hands. On the back of their hands, The spirit tattoos carved with fresh blood were so eye-catching. Wan Zhonggang didn't recognize Lu Yi. He just saw the problem. As soon as these words fell, Lu Yi suddenly let out a muffled groan as he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as if someone had taken a sledgehammer and smashed it on his head. In an instant, he felt like he was seeing stars, unable to see anything, and even his consciousness became blurry. Divine Soul Attack. Of the 4 realms of cultivators, the increase in each realm was a leap in strength. However, the first 3 realms were only a change in spiritual power. Only when one reached the Spirit Sea realm would they be able to develop spiritual will, which was another fundamental change in a cultivator. A 9th Order Cloud River realm cultivator might have the chance to kill a 1st Order True Lake realm cultivator. But a 9th Order Cloud River realm cultivator would never have the ability to kill a Spirit Sea realm cultivator. Because, relatively speaking, it was too easy for a Spirit Sea realm cultivator to kill a True Lake realm cultivator. As long as one used their spiritual will to attack, a True Lake realm cultivator would be unable to defend. Defense. Everyone was born with their soul, but spiritual will was unique to the Spirit Sea realm. Only when a cultivator cultivated to this level could they develop their own spiritual will. Even in the Spirit Sea realm, Wan Zhonggang was worthy of being called a master. When he used his spiritual will to attack Lu Yi couldn't defend against it at all, nor could he resist. Block. The moment Lu Yi let out a muffled groan, Wan Zhonggang also let out a muffled groan. Using his spiritual will to bully the weak, of course, Lu Yi couldn't resist. But Thought Moon Immortal seized the opportunity and similarly used her spiritual will to attack him. Her spiritual will severely injured him. But then, Thought Moon Immortal's expression changed, because she clearly felt that Lu Ye's consciousness behind her was becoming slack, and the big hand that was tightly clasping her 5 fingers was showing signs of loosening. Thought Moon Immortal hurriedly tightened her grip, not letting him escape. As if some taboo had been touched, Thought Moon Immortal's charming face became even more ferocious. She gritted her teeth and roared, "I want you to die!" She stood in front of her sword and spat a mouthful of blood on it. The long sword suddenly transformed into endless sword shadows that spread out layer by layer. Come. She was obviously going to go all out. Then let's see who dies first. Although Wan Zhonggang's spiritual will was damaged, and he was in so much pain that he was about to go crazy, he didn't retreat at all because he knew that this was the closest he could get to killing Thought Moon Immortal. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to get another one. This time, both of them were really angry. Seeing this, Wan Zhonggang's ghost cultivator companion could only give up his life to accompany them, cursing in his heart that these two were really crazy. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly approached from the distance. And it wasn't just one, but 2. Wan Zhonggang's expression changed as he quickly raised his head to look in that direction. "Run!" The ghost cultivator hurriedly shouted. This pressure was undoubtedly something that could only be displayed by a Spirit Sea realm cultivator. Judging from the strength of this pressure, the 2 that came were about the 2nd or 3rd Order Spirit Sea realm. Moreover, looking at the direction they were coming from, they were clearly the reinforcements from Grand Heaven Alliance. The cultivation of the newcomers wasn't high, but they definitely had the ability to change the situation of this battle. At this point in the battle, one of them was seriously injured to the point that he almost lost the ability to move, while the other 3 were also seriously injured. If they didn't leave now, once the 2 Spirit Sea realm cultivators from Grand Heaven Alliance arrived, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Wan Zhonggang's expression was ferocious, but he still gritted his teeth and left in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost cultivator immediately turned around and fled quickly. Before he left, he didn't forget to bring along his seriously injured companion. Wan Zhonggang blocked the attack of Thought Moon Immortal's boundless sword shadows before dragging his battered body far away. Thought Moon Immortal didn't choose to chase after him because the situation of the reinforcements was a little strange. Wan Zhonggang thought it was the reinforcements from Grand Heaven Alliance that she had asked for help, so he retreated in a hurry. However, in fact, she hadn't sent a message to anyone else from the beginning to the end. It was still uncertain whether the reinforcements were friends or foes. After watching Wan Zhonggang leave, Thought Moon Immortal turned around and looked back. A moment later, her eyes were filled with surprise because the reinforcements weren't of the Spirit Sea realm, but Yi and Hoopa. At this moment, Yi and Hoopa were both surging with spiritual energy. Their bodies were filled with the might of the Spirit Sea realm. The Spirit and the Tiger had almost pushed their power to the limit. They looked exhausted and obviously couldn't hold on for much longer. What kind of ability was this? Thought Moon Immortal was at a loss. She was certain that Yi and Hoopa couldn't possibly be of the Spirit Sea realm. After all, they had been together for a few days not too long ago. She was quite familiar with the Spirit and the Tiger. It didn't make sense that their strength would increase so much in just a few days. But how could they explain the might of the Divine Sea realm? Just as Thought Moon Immortal was puzzled, Yi and Hoopa saw the situation over here from afar. When they saw only Thought Moon Immortal and Lu Ye's figures, they were overjoyed. They knew that the enemy had been scared away. However, just as they let out a sigh of relief, they became nervous again. It was because Lu Ye's situation clearly wasn't right. Yi stopped pouring spiritual energy into the fake might and her aura returned to its original state. She rushed forward and asked anxiously, "Sister Xian, what's wrong with Lu Yi?" Hoopa also widened his tiger eyes and sized her up suspiciously. What was going on? What had happened before? Why was Master in such an ambiguous position with this icy woman? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with hugging and hugging? What puzzled Hoopa even more was that this icy woman didn't seem to be too repulsed. Hoopa's strange gaze caused Thought Moon Immortal to snap out of her daze. However, she didn't immediately let go of Lu Ye's hand because of the hotel. She didn't know if Wan Zhonggang and the others would come back to attack. At this moment, she still needed to borrow the enormous vitality in Lu Ye's body. "Let's go back first," Thought Moon Immortal said. She wrapped Yi and Hoopa in her spiritual energy and flew towards Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass with Lu Yi. From afar, it looked like she was carrying Lu Yi on her back. The flying speed of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was undoubtedly extremely fast. They arrived at Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass in just half an hour. In the bamboo house, Thought Moon Immortal settled Lu Yi down. Only then did she let go of his hand and place it on his chest, examining him with rapt attention. Yi and Hoopa stood nervously by the bed, holding their breaths as they waited. Every change in Thought Moon Immortal's expression could cause the Spirit and Tiger's mood to fluctuate. A moment later, Thought Moon Immortal stopped. "Sister Xian, is Lu Yi all right?" Yi hurriedly asked. Thought Moon Immortal was silent for a moment before saying, "Although his physical body is seriously injured, his vitality is enormous. Even if we ignore it, he'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. What's troublesome is the injury to his soul." Even for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, an injury to their soul was extremely troublesome, let alone those below the Spirit Sea Realm. Wan Zhonggang, a guy who didn't care about martial ethics, brazenly attacked Lu Yi with his spiritual sense after realizing that the change in the battle was due to Lu Ye's interference. Lu Yi couldn't guard against it at all, which was also the reason why he fell into a coma. "You two stay here and guard him. If there are any changes, send me a message with the guard token. I'll go find him something to heal his injuries." "Okay." Yi nodded, somewhat at a loss. But then she suddenly realized, "Sister Xian, you're looking for treasures that can heal the soul." Thought Moon Immortal nodded. "This kind of thing is extremely rare. I may not be able to find it. I've already sent a message to Shui Yuan. She should be on her way." Yi stepped forward and took Lu Ye's storage bag. She opened the bag and rummaged through it. Soon, she held a bottle in her hand. This is useful, right? Thought Moon Immortal raised her hand, and the bottle was immediately sucked into her hand. She opened the bottle and sniffed it gently. Soul-cleansing water. He nodded. Where did he get so much soul-cleansing water? Thought Moon Immortal couldn't understand. This thing was a treasure that even Spirit Sea Realm cultivators coveted. It couldn't be bought in the Tianji treasury. Occasionally, cultivators would come across it by chance. They all treated it as a precious treasure and kept it carefully. She had never heard of anyone obtaining so much soul-cleansing water at once.